you all the ability to unmute yourself. So please unmute yourself when your name is called, and again, mute yourself when you're done so there isn't any background noise. Tyler, whenever you are ready.
Zachary McKay.
Here.
Lexi Pathical.
Here.
Arthi Kalor. Adeline Mishler.
Here.
Alex Wu.
Here.
Amanda Bird.
Here.
Amy Gary.
Here.
Anne-Marie Round Sorensen.
Here.
Blake Tolliver.
Here.
Brian Schultz. Cameron McColgan.
Here.
Kara Flegel.
Here.
Dan Risser.
Here.
Aaron Bowes.
Here.
Jacob Clifstein.
Here.
Jarrell Gibbs. Joshua Reynolds.
Here.
Cara DeLucio.
Here.
Kelly Sander.
Here.
Carrie Eben.
Here.
Lakin Meter. Lewis Richardson.
Here.
Marie Meisner.
Here.
Manny Almonte. Maddie McIntyre.
Here.
Megan Dalo. Najee Rodriguez.
Here.
Noah Robertson.
Here.
Patricia Barungi. Rainier Foley DeFiore.
Here.
Refugio Lara.
Here.
Ryan Lascalzo.
Here.
Samantha Brown.
Here.
Sarah Jordan.
Here.
Stephen Zhang.
Here.
Sydney Gibbard.
Here.
Sophia Polillo.
Here.
Tim Tierney.
Here.
Tom Doherty.
Here.
Tony Shi.
Here.
Yujin Jung. Yuna Choi.
Here.
Jeremy McGovern.
Here.
Kaylee Quinnen.
All right, is there anyone's name that we didn't call before we keep going? As I always emphasize, again, please raise your hand in the participants tab if you'd like to ever be recognized in the meeting, but we'll keep moving forward. So adoption of the agenda, I have heard there are some motions, so again, please raise your hand if you do. All right, Speaker Zong.
Cool, I can raise hand now for some reason. I guess that was a new feature. I first motion to strike all reports except for liaison reports off of the agenda. I see the seconds.
Okay, before we keep going forward again, I'll explain what I do. I'm gonna see for general consensus. So if there's anyone that is against that motion, please say so. If I don't see anyone's hand raised, then I'm going to assume that that's good by everybody. So by general consensus, I'm going to say that is okay. So all reports except for liaison reports will be striked. We shall continue into motion.
Okay, I have another one then. I'd like to add 2 pieces of legislation onto the agenda, but I'll just do them one at a time. For the first one, under line item G, I'd like to add resolution 1315, which is the creation of the establishment of the Women's Empowerment Roundtable.
All right, I see seconds. Again, I'm going to take general consensus. If everyone agrees, and I don't see anyone's hand raised to disagree, then we can keep going. All right, you're good.
Okay. Next, under that, I guess under item H now, I motion to add Resolution 1415, creation of an ad hoc committee on organizational structure.
All right, is there any, if there is any disagreement to that, again, raise your hand, but seeing none, we can continue with motions. Speaker Zong, did you have any, or were the only two?
Those were the two.
Okay. Representative Risser.
Yes, I'd like to motion to add Resolution 1515, a word of thanks to Penn State administration for their COVID-19 response, to the agenda.
And seeing no disagreement there.
There is an objection.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, so I see objections to the motion. That means we will now move into discussion on the motion. Representative Choi.
Choi at large. So while I agree that it is, this resolution is good to give thanks, I don't think that it is our job as the student advocacy group to speak on behalf of everyone to give thanks for administration for doing their job. I think that COVID obviously brought hardships for a lot of students around campus, and while some of these responses from the administration benefited others, it did really harm a lot of other students, and I don't think that it's in our right place to say, hey, good job, like, thank you administration for doing this, because with the first of all, like, there's been lots of backlash and complaints from international students, out-of-state students regarding move-in, also in regards to not being that flexible on online learning. I don't think that we're in the right place to applaud administration for doing a job that they did within a circumstance that is so essential for every university in the United States. And I don't think that it's in our correct place, which is why I am objecting to this resolution.
All right, I'm gonna keep going. Representative Tierney.
Tim Tierney at large. While I'm gonna agree, or I guess conditionally agree with a lot of what Representative Choi said, a lot of those were arguments for the bill not pass, or the resolution not passing rather than not being considered. I think it's important to remember that this vote is only to discuss whether or not we are going to be putting it on the agenda. So if we still think the legislation has merit to be discussed, we should be voting to add it to the agenda. And with that, I think that's kind of a pretty simple explanation as to why we should even just consider it rather than pass it or not. So with that, I'm going to make the motion to close the floor for debate for this motion.
Can I respond to that?
I have to address the motion first. So he did address to close the floor. I am going to lower people's hands right now for the sake of just seeing clarity, but because there was a motion to close the floor, I see a second. And again, if there is discussion on that motion, please raise your hand or say something in the chat. All right, seeing none, that means the motion to close the floor for that debate has been closed. So we will now move forward with the original motion. So because there was initial disagreement, I have made sure to make a poll just to see general consensus about adding that resolution as a whole instead of seeing. So I will send out a poll motion to add resolution 1515, a word of thanks to PSU admin for COVID-19 response, and see if there is a majority saying yes, it will be added. If there's a majority saying no, it won't be. And if you weren't present for this discussion, please abstain. I'm going to give it about another 30 seconds, and then I'm going to close the poll.
What is the 2/3 number of representatives that this has to hit to go on the floor?
I'm going to refer to the secretary, as you just took attendance. Secretary Lazinski. Keep in mind you can unmute yourself. You have the power to do so.
Yep, just give me 1 second. I know there's 6 reps that aren't here, so I'm just doing the math real quick.
Okay. And to clarify for everybody, for any motions to be added to the floor, it does need a 2/3 vote.
What do we have? We have 41 total reps, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's 27 reps, or 28 rather, for it to pass.
Okay, so with that result, if there's needs 28 for it to pass, this motion does ultimately fail. Only 26 people said yes, no, 9 said no, and 1 abstained. So on resolution 1515 has failed to be added to the agenda, so we will keep going. Are there any other motions for the adoption of the agenda? All right. Seeing none, we will now move on to adoption of the meeting minutes. And I'll give it about like 5 seconds to see if there's any discrepancies there. If there is, please use the chat or raise your hand. But seeing none, we will now continue on. Since reports have been stricken from the agenda, we will now move into liaison and affiliate reports. If you are a liaison or an affiliate and have a report, please raise your hand in the participants tab.
Lexi, just real quick, I see a lot of things going on in the chat. Apparently we need 2/3 majority, which that's what we gave you. I mean, we have 6 reps missing, so if we have...
Yeah, that was old chat. That was for the motion. So it needed a 2/3 in order for it to pass, like, or it to be added to the agenda.
My chat's very delayed then, because that just popped up.
No, you're good. All right. Representative Reynolds.
Yes, thank you. PASS met this Sunday to pass our legislation condemning the violence against George Floyd and to discuss when we'll hold elections, probably sometime towards the end of June, early July.
All right. Are there any questions for Representative Reynolds, the PASS liaison? All right, seeing none. Are there any other liaison or affiliate reports? All right, we shall continue on. All right, so seeing as no one motioned to remove the caucus breakout, You'll have 5 minutes. We do have a large batch of legislation to go through. So starting now, there will be a 5-minute caucus breakout.
Can I just say, if you're like having conversations but you're not, then your video's on, can you turn your video off? It makes me think like you're trying to talk, and then I get all confused and I'm not looking at Patty or listening to Patty. So just like turn off your video if you're talking like outside of Patty or whoever's presenting their initiative.
I will second those words. I did give you guys the privilege to unmute yourself, but again, just be careful with that. But we'll keep going forward. Are there any questions for Chair Barungi? Use the raise hand function in the participants tab if so. All right, seeing none, we'll now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on the policy? All right, Representative Gibbard.
Hi, Cindy Gabriel, College of Engineering. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Representative Foley DeFiore because he's obviously new to the Assembly, but like his experience with his student council really informed us a lot on like how we can create these relationships moving forward. And like not every academic rep has had a relationship with their student council in the past, but there's a lot of value in that and like actually creating change within your college. In the past, we haven't always had like college specific initiatives, but this really like encourages reps to develop those relationships with their dean and other people in the college. And yeah, I just wanted to like put that out there and like say that it's a good thing moving forward and that I'm in full support.
And again, this policy, we heavily thought it out. We had a completely separate work session to work on it. So it tries to really account for everything that we could possibly account for. And we tried to really make sure that like for future chairs that this isn't very strenuous on them or for future reps. So in case that was like a concern that this is overly specific, we try to really broaden it as much as possible.
All right, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. I think this is good legislation. My only question is that it says that the standards of the relationship will be established respectively by each academic representative. What level of connection they need with their college? Is there any way to ensure that a representative is actually making a genuine effort to maintain contact with the student council of their college and they don't merely set a goal of one meeting every 3 months?
Wait, okay, so I can definitely answer that, but like half of your question completely cut out for me. So like from when you were quoting it to like, is there a genuine effort? I didn't hear any of it.
So I just wanted to, and sorry, I've got a storm going on outside. I just wanted to ask, is there any kind of way to enforce some basic level of engagement if the representative basically dictates their own standards for the relationship? If I were the College of Liberal Arts representative, for example, and I just said 1 meeting every 3 months is my standard, would that be acceptable? Is there any way that the committee could hold somebody accountable?
Yeah, so this is really, this is something that we really thought about heavily, just so like as to not restrict the chair, because every chair is gonna, the vision for this is that every chair is gonna have a different way of enforcing this. Specifically talking about this assembly and this committee, how I plan to enforce it is like, first of all, I plan to go along with all of the academic reps at one point to one of their student council meetings. So that kind of in my vision requires that they would have already gone to one alone before me to introduce themselves and establish that relationship. I will follow up with them by making sure that they kind of take me with them to create that connection between the overall committee. And then I will also kind of enforce that representatives periodically give me updates on like what's going on in their student council, what kind of projects are they working on, and how can they support them. So that specifically was meant to, not really, that line wasn't meant to say that, you know, reps can kind of decide how they want to facilitate this. It's more meant to say that, you know, different colleges have different engagements with their student councils. Some student councils are heavily engaged, very active, and, you know, meet every week. And others do have that, you know, we meet twice a month, twice a semester kind of thing. But that's just kind of meant to say, like, you know, give flexibility in you know, based on how your student council function, that's going to really dictate how you create those relationships, and that's going to differ between college. So that's what that was meant for.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, are there any, is there any other discussion on this policy?
I have a quick question. Is this policy a bylaw or constitutional change?
Change in the bylaw.
Okay, so with this being policy that's a change in the bylaws, it does require a 2/3 vote. With that in mind, I'm gonna keep the floor open for discussion for a couple more seconds. If I don't see any other hands, I'm gonna close the floor for voting. And because this is policy, it does need to be a roll call vote. So again, you have the privilege to unmute yourself. Same thing, unmute yourself when your name's called, and then mute yourself again so if there isn't any background noise. But with that, I will close the floor for discussion. Secretary Lazinski, if you could take a roll call vote when you're ready.
Arthur Clore. Adeline Mishler.
Yes.
Alex Wu.
Yes.
Amanda Bird.
Yes.
Amy Gary.
Yes.
Anne-Marie Round Sorensen.
Yes.
Blake Tolliver.
Yes.
Brian Schultz. Cameron McColgan.
Yes.
Kara Flegel.
Yes.
Dan Risser.
Yes.
Aaron Bowes.
Yes.
Jacob Klipstein.
Yes.
Jarrell Gibbs. Joshua Reynolds.
Yes.
Cara DeLucio.
Yes.
Kelly Snyder.
Yes.
Carrie Eben.
Yes.
Lakin Meter.
Yes.
Lewis Richardson.
Yes.
Marie Meisner.
Yes.
Manny Almonte. Maddie McIntyre.
Yes.
Megan Dalo.
Yeah. Yes.
Najee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Noah Robertson.
Yes.
Patricia Barangi.
Yes.
Rainier Foley DeFiore.
Yes.
Refugio Lara.
Yes.
Ryan Lascalzo.
Yes.
Samantha Brown.
Yes.
Sarah Jordan.
Yes.
Stephen Zhang.
Yes.
Sydney Gibbard.
Yes.
Sophia Palillo.
Yes.
Tim Tierney.
Yes.
Tom Doherty.
Yes.
Tony Shi.
Yes.
Yujin Zhang. Una Choi.
Yes.
Jeremy McGovern.
Yes.
Kaylee Quinnen.
All right, the policy 0515, implementation of structured support for academic representative engagement with student council, passes unanimously. And with that, we will now move into line item B, which is policy 0615, addition of the Justice and Equity Committee chair to the committee that recommends the first year representatives. If I am correct, Chair Rodriguez, would you like to introduce this?
Yes, thank you. So this is really ironic given that this is directed towards fulfilling kind of a flaw, something that was overlooked during the ad hoc committee to create the Justice and Equity Committee. Essentially, this is just to provide uniformity in the bylaws as it allows every chair, if this does pass, to be able to be a voting member of the committee that recommends the first year representatives that are discussed and talked about. Representative Lascalzo and I worked on it as we saw discrepancies in the bylaws that didn't account for the Justice and Equity Chair, given that it is a new committee, and we did see that discrepancy that needed to be resolved in order to have uniformity when it came to the voting process of this. So this essentially is just kind of a small fix for that error.
All right, are there any questions for Chair Rodriguez? All right, seeing none, we will now move into discussion on the policy. Is there any discussion? All right, Secretary Lizinski, because it is policy, it does have to be voted on by roll call. So when you're ready, or actually before, I'm going to officially close the floor for discussion. And now we can move into the vote. So Secretary Lizinski, when you're ready.
Sorry, all I was muted. Arthi Kalor, Adeline Mishler,
Yes.
Alex Wu,
Yes.
Amanda Bird,
Yes.
Amy Gary,
Yes.
Anne-Marie Round Sorensen,
Yes.
Lake Tolliver,
Yes.
Brian Schultz, Cameron McColgan,
Yes.
Kara Flegel,
Yes.
Dan Risser,
Yes.
Aaron Bowes,
Yes.
Jacob Klipstein,
Yes.
Jarrell Gibbs, Joshua Reynolds,
Yes.
Cara DeLucio,
Yes.
Kelly Snyder,
Yes.
Carrie Eben,
Yes.
Lakin Meter,
Yes.
Louis Richardson,
Yes.
Marie Meisner,
Yes.
Manny Almonte, Maddie McIntyre,
Yes.
Megan Dalo,
Here, I am yes.
Najee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Noah Robertson,
Yes.
Patricia Barungi,
Yes.
Rainier Foley DeFiore,
Yes.
Refugio Lara,
Yes.
Ryan Lascalzo,
Yes.
Samantha Brown,
Yes.
Stephen Zhang,
Yes.
Sydney Gibbard,
Yes.
Sophia Palillo,
Yes.
Tim Tierney,
Yes.
Tom Doherty,
Yes.
Tony Shi,
Yes.
Eugene Jung, Una Choi,
Yes.
Jeremy McGovern. I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes.
Keely Quinnen.
Tyler, point of order. You missed my name. Sarah Jordan. Yes.
Sorry.
You're good.
Was there anyone else's name not called? All right, seeing none, policy 0615, addition of the Justice and Equity Committee Chair to the committee that recommends the first year representatives has passed unanimously. With that, we will now move into line item C, which is Bill 0115, financial support for Lion Cash Plus food vouchers. Chair Jordan, if you'd like to introduce this legislation.
Yes. Hi, everyone. So this idea was brought forward to our attention probably 3 weeks ago from the Task Force on Food and Housing Insecurity, and more specifically the Subcommittee of Policy and Assistance that student trustee Brian Culler sits on. So he came to us trying to figure out if we would like to kind of spearhead this program and see if we could work with also GPSA to get this program implemented. So the first thing that we kind of looked into was this was actually a program that was first implemented at University of Maryland. Theirs is a bit different though. They use dining dollars, which I'll get into later as why we are not using dining dollars. But we then had a meeting with GPSA and we talked about kind of our vision for this, I wanted to see in this. And then after that, we then worked with Student Care and Advocacy, and more specifically, Anna Barone, the director, and her kind of subcommittee people who sit on with her. And we talked about kind of the most feasible way that we can get this to work for our result that we wanted to see on campus. So the reason why it is Lion Cash is because we looked into the dining halls and how much each dining hall kind of meal costs. So for breakfast, a dining halls is about $7, lunch is about $11, and then dinner is about 15 or like 13 to 15. So that was kind of adds up pretty quick. And we thought we want to kind of get the most students, and a lot of students may not live on campus after their first year, and especially since partnering with GPSA, there's going to be graduate students who may not also use dining halls. So we then went into using Lion Cash and using these Lion Cash gift cards that you probably have seen at NSO. They're just little gift cards, and our rationale for that is because Lion Cash has its perks. You can go downtown to McClanahan's, Target, Walmart, and also buy toiletries or buy frozen meals that last more than just one meal. The Lion Cash gift cards that we're going to be handing out are $20. So with that $20, you can get, students can maybe able to get toothbrush, who knows, like toothpaste, something like toiletries, as well as stocking up on meals that they could get for more than just one day. So our process for this is that you would have to, it's going to be housed in the Student Care and Advocacy office. There's a Google form on their website, which we're going to help them kind of see if we can work with them to make sure that it looks very easy to get to. This is access for all students at University Park, because that is what we have to do with our fee dollars. And you would just kind of submit a form. The 10,000, so I am going to amend the number from 15,000 to 10,000. So the 10,000 is 500 gift cards. These gift cards will not expire. So no matter how long it takes for them to run out, which we had predicted that they would kind of go fast. Anna told us that if it was kind of 200, 250, they would kind of go within a month, 2 months, and who knows now in this uncertain time how this could go. So it would be housed through there, and then through that it would be on like a need-based kind of basis. So it wouldn't just be first come, first serve. That's not how this is kind of going to work. It's going to work on somebody reaching out to Student Care and Advocacy and then asking if they could have a Lion Cash gift card, and then it being dispersed to them. That's why after talking with some reps the past 3 days, we lowered it to 10,000 just to see 500. You know, our campus is 40,000 undergrads, so helping 500 students in this time of need could go a long way. This can just be used throughout the summer for students. Mailing is possible, as well as students are at University Park, so they could allow this for if a certain circumstance was to be that way. This is one step that we can help just to kind of promote this. The reason why I think we are pushing it tonight is because this is our last assembly meeting. It's important to get this, and in this such uncertain time, we want to be able to help students as much as we can. So by doing this now, it can then be implemented and then be transferred, and then we can work with Student Care and Advocacy. The other thing on there is the resource cards that we're going to be handing out with the gift cards. So on those resource cards, it not just says who it was from, but other resources you could use on campus, such as like CAPS and the other kind of advocacy, Lines Pantry, Project Care, all those things that you may need and students may need to access, considering the circumstance they may be in. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Chair Jordan? Representative Reynolds?
Yes, thank you. So this was brought up in a subcommittee meeting just a few hours ago for us, and I did not get a chance to ask Representative Boaz about why the meals would still be like the full unreduced price in the Penn State Dining Commons, because to the best of my knowledge, if you have a meal plan and you run out, it'll deduct from your Lion Cash and you'll still get the discount. So if students have a meal plan would they be able to get a discount using these $20 to make it last more than just 2 meals, or how would that work?
That's a great question. Yeah, so I think with the Lion Cash gift card, there's a way where it can either be transferred right over to your account via like online or given the actual gift card. So that's a question I can ask Anna when we have our meeting tomorrow about this. But I would think that with the Lion Cash, you can still use it in the dining halls and you can still use it on meals, but our way around using it was for you could either do downtown dining using those spots there or on campus, the hub, like commons, any of those kind of sources.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Chair Doherty.
Tom Doherty at large. I love this idea. I really think it's really awesome. I just had a question along the lines of how are we going to legally be able to determine on an as-need basis for students to be able to apply for this? I don't know if we have that ability or power, and I think it may break some rules if we were able to access that kind of statistics, or like a student's like either financial support. So I guess that's my question. Like, how can we be able to actually track that this is on an as-need basis?
Yeah, so that's kind of out of the students' hands. This is going to be housed in the Student Care and Advocacy Office. So all of their kind of staff and Anna are going to kind of look at the situation as a student and see if they may need the Lion Cash gift card or they may need something else in their Student Care and Advocacy, like the emergency fund. It's kind of going to depend on them and how they see fit. So it wouldn't have to rely on any of us as students to kind of be like have that responsibility, because after we help and we promote this and give them this, it will kind of be in their realm to say that this student may need this student may need something else service. But any student is available to kind of apply for this, so it would be depend on their situation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Lascalzo.
Do we know how much money the GPSA is going to put into, because it's a partnership with them? Do we know how much they're going to do? How much money they're going to pay for this?
Yes. As of now, we do not know the exact number. They are in partnership with us, but since they are, they can allow an e-vote over the whole entire summer and their budget is a lot lower than ours, they couldn't give us a number right now, but they verbally committed to being a partnership with us. A lot of the ideas were stemmed from either doing Dining Dollars or Lion Cash. So the reason why we're doing Lion Cash is also because the graduate students, they have not really set a complete number yet. So I'm not going to give a round number because that's not my place to say. So, but they are going to contribute to this cause. And if needed, we put up the first half of it and then the first half of gift cards. And then if it's going really great and the fall comes, then they can then kind of add on to it, tack on, or see what they can do to help.
Thank you.
Representative Round Sorensen.
Hi. So I was also in the same meeting as Josh earlier, and I have some concerns about like the sustainability of this program. If we're like, for lack of a better word, like bankrolling this pilot, I have concerns about us being the ones to finance it because it's through Student Care and Advocacy, who, I mean, as we've all seen during this crisis, have advocated heavily for donations for the Student Emergency Fund. And I'm just wondering how the decision came to be that we would be the UPUA would fund this and not the university or donations.
Yeah, so I think the UPUA standpoint from all of this was that we wanted to alleviate some of those kind of burdens that the Student Care Advocacy might be having. And if we allow these Lion Cash gift cards, it not only helps in the kind of dining aspect, but also the downtown aspect. Maybe they may need it for, who knows, like the toiletries I said downtown. But the fact that the idea came from UPUA because I think this is one of our steps to help those students in need right now in the kind of hardship that we're all in. So that was our thought of it. I think this is kind of one of our greatest steps to, maybe first steps to helping students who may need that kind of more cushion coming back to school if we do in the fall. Even now, it can be mailed, it can be sent electronically to the student. So that was kind of our take on it, as well as the sustainable part of it. I know that it's a gift card, but I think that that's kind of the most like safe route to go, just because it is, we know how it's getting to the student. It's not kind of being like lost in the translation there.
All right, Representative Richardson.
Hi, Lewis Richardson, Schreier Honors College. So I have two questions. Number one, I'm just wondering, again, I think someone touched on this question a little bit, but I'd like to sort of dig into it a little more. Why don't we just do cash and just do like an e-refund, like Student Care and Advocacy already does? Like that can pay for rent, that can pay for electric bills, it can pay for a number of things. And I understand that it has potential to be abused, but I'd argue that it's more than likely that if some students requesting this, modest amount of funds, they're not going to abuse it. And second of all, if we want the highest outcome for students, again, like on the cash point, it seems like, dining dollars specifically are really not the most effective way of getting it, because like we mentioned, like the cost of a dinner, that's really a lot higher than what you pay for a dinner downtown, or if you go buy groceries or do anything like that, down in stores. And, with line cash, you can't be sure that this will impact students until they get near to the state again. So how will this actually how do you sort of juxtapose the impacts, with using line cash, and how you're sort of missing out on a large group of people that are in the area?
Yeah, so to answer your first question, number one, simply we cannot use cash. We can't give out cash. So that is kind of where we went with that. Secondly, the line cash is kind of touches on everything. As we know, line cash can not only do meals, but it can do other things. So if a student wants to put it towards something downtown that they may need, they can do that. But if a student wants to use it in the dining halls, they can also. That was kind of rationale, and that's really why the conversation stemmed from going from just dining dollars to using line cash, because I know personally, like I've used line cash. My parents like sometimes put that on my line cash card when I need that. So that does take away the whole, it's not just for dining, it's for other needs that students may need. But yeah, that's kind of that's the answer there.
Representative DeLucio.
Hi, Cara DeLucio at large. I was just wondering if Student Care and Advocacy was able to tell you like what the timeline would be from sending in the application to getting approved, because if it is like, well, when it will be the real financial emergency, they might not be able to wait like an entire week. So I was just wondering if they were able to tell you how long they thought it would take for the approval.
Yeah, I actually can ask that question tomorrow. I don't know the exact kind of timeline of it, because we haven't really got through the nitty gritty of it yet, just because as of right now, when a student applies for that kind of emergency fund or something, as long as then, the Student Care Advocacy is always looking at it. Anna was saying how even though they're remote, they're sending them out every single day. So I can't imagine it being more than a week. I would think probably within a few days, a student would I think they would hear back immediately from it. But it's almost really fast as to a student applies for it, and then it's reviewed, and then it's given. So I wouldn't think it's longer than a week, but that's a question I can ask. I know that the whole process is a very quick turnaround, so I wouldn't be worried about that.
Gotcha, thanks.
Yep.
Just as I'm seeing a lot of questions, just make sure that your question isn't a repeated one, or we're kind of going into a funnel of things, but I will keep going. Representative Reynolds.
Well, thank you. So I just wanted to ask, on a similar vein as the question about the contributions by GPSA, I heard from Representative Boaz in our little subcommittee meeting that some of these funds would also go to CCSG students, and that CCSG might also be contributing. Do you have any estimates on how much of this money might go to other campuses and how much those campuses will be contributing?
Yeah, so we are going to loop in CCSG after this meeting. We kind of kept it between us and the GPSA right now, just because of our like standpoint on it. But since CCSG, it is available, Student Care Advocacy is available to Commonwealth campuses. So if I kind of give the example of if I live near Brandywine campus, which I do, and I could use a line cash there, that's possible. But after this, we're going to kind of go to CCSG, see if they want to contribute to this partnership. I don't want to speak for them again either, but I think with kind of the idea around it, I think they'd be interested. But we just originally didn't loop them into this, but I know kind of in the oversight of it, I think that in the future, this, as I said, won't expire. So we can always be helping students in ways throughout the whole entire year. So I think that we would definitely let them know about this program and how we're contributing in GPSA.
Representative, I see your point of information.
Aaron Bose at large. Yeah, I just had a point of information on the last question about the turnaround time. And this was like briefly mentioned in the last meeting. So from what I remember, Anna Barone from the Student Care and Advocacy Center had said that if it was an in-person type of thing where a student did go into the office, if the office deemed and filled out that application and then went into the office, it could be like an immediate type of turnaround with the gift cards. If they deemed it to be in that category of the student being in need. But she was pretty confident that the turnaround could be pretty quickly because she was very cognizant of the fact that students cannot usually wait a week or even a couple of days. That they do the same type of thing with the Student Emergency Fund as well. So I just wanted to give some clarification on that as well.
All right, I'll keep moving down the queue. Representative Klipstein.
Jacob Klipstein at large. Yeah, so my question is, we're voting on this tonight, but we have not yet been told if we're going back to Penn State yet. They're not making that decision until Monday. So I'm a little apprehensive about voting to spend $10,000 on a program that very much relies on in-person use today as opposed to the information that I'll have in a week. So can you elaborate a little bit on what the contingency plans are for this money? If, say, on Monday, Penn State says students aren't coming back, we're not doing in-person learning?
Yeah, so this can be used if students are not, as I said, on campus. The Commonwealth, a lot of those vendors do have, if you don't live near Commonwealth, we can kind of figure that out, but a lot of Commonwealth campuses have line cash vendors around them. But the reason why I brought this forward tonight and the fact that I wanted to kind of talk through it here is because I think it's important that we do this in a meeting setting instead of an e-vote, because I think an e-vote, a lot of the kind of questions, discussion, the rationale behind the number and why we're doing this would kind of be taken under and kind of brushed off. But as I said again, I am hopeful, but also this won't expire. So if we help a student come down spring, I think that's also a great way for us to keep going with this. It's never going to go away. Students are always sadly going to face insecurities on campus, food insecurities in general. So I'm hopeful that come fall, come spring, we'll be there and we'll be able to help students right away. But that was kind of our rationale behind passing it tonight, was the fact that I wanted to explain the rationale behind it. But I just think that the biggest thing is this is not going to, it's not like we need to give these out right away. It's not like that. It's going to be used throughout every single year, every single day for some students that may need it. They may be coming. So, yeah.
All right. Chair Baranji.
Hi. So I know you touched on this a little bit in steering, but I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about the rationale of it being $20, and then also if that is the max that Student Care and Advocacy is giving, because I understand that they might need more than $20, but it's not as much as the emergency student fund, if that makes sense. And then also a side question on that is the intention of this for it to be funded by UPUA every year? What's kind of the sustainable long-term aspect of it, and how it's going to be continued to be funded if we don't always have $36K remaining?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I can explain the rationale behind $20. So in our first meeting, it was kind of the set at 10, just because that is what University of Maryland's kind of program was kind of going towards. But after figuring out that our dining hall, I know there's a discount, but it's still different. The $20 kind of threshold there was that if you're going to the dining hall, you can get 2 or 3 meals out of it. If you're going downtown, those frozen meals or those canned goods are sometimes $3 each. So you're kind of getting a lot of it for the gift card. The reason why we kind of decided that between the last week was talking to kind of student care and advocacy, as well as the other reps working on this. And we thought that this would be the most kind of helpful option for students, which I think is kind of at the end of the day, what we want to do the most is help students at the best we can. And then regards to your question about if you do this every single year, I don't know. I would hope that this is successful and we keep kind of going towards this, maybe tweaking it in some ways, depending on how this program goes. I just know that as of now, I know we can't expect the next assembly to do it, but the student care and advocacy was even looking forward to kind of, if we are back in the fall which I'm hopeful we are, for us to sit in the office and to also help distribute these cards to students who may come in. Having that student-to-student relationship and peer-to-peer relationship is very important. I think that when a student comes in and can talk to another student about maybe what they're facing or the challenges that are kind of being encountered for them, and we have the ability to sit there and talk to them and tell them that they're not alone. I think that's important. So this is another relationship that we're building throughout the UPUA for years to come. So I think that's super important. I can't say that we would do it next year again. I can't predict, but I would hope that we keep trying to help this out when needed.
Chair Rodriguez, I see your point of information.
Yeah, I'm not Najee Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. I'm not exactly sure who can answer this, and I'm not sure if it was quickly glossed over in somebody's explanation, but I just wanted to clarify for everyone here. If this were to pass and we find out that we're not coming back in the fall, the money just wouldn't be used, correct?
I think that then, since we are trying to, I can't answer this question right now, not knowing the answer to the fall or not, but maybe in that kind of circumstance, we could maybe readjust our money into maybe not doing, I don't want to say this right now because I don't know, but maybe just reallocating it to another fund that may be needed. But again, I don't want to do that because eventually we're going to go back to school. Eventually students are going to need this. So eventually the Zion Cash gift cards are going to kind of be kind of needed for the students.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Representative Round Sorensen.
So I actually have a motion.
We're still in questions for the chair. So you can make the motion when we move into discussion.
Okay, sorry.
All good. Are there any other questions for Chair Jordan? Chair Mishler?
Yes, I know there was the talk of CCSG. I'm wondering if Student Care and Advocacy has the mechanism to ensure that the dollars that we give are only spent on university parks students, as that is the guidelines we need to follow for the student fee. And I know they serve all Penn State students, so just wanted to make sure that is a thing.
Yeah, 100%. I will definitely let CCSG know when we talk to them about that, kind of what we need to follow the rules with in that kind of situation.
All right. Are there any other questions for Chair Jordan? Representative Richardson?
Yeah, sorry for my second one. I was just wondering, how we came to that $10,000 number, especially after moving from 15,000. It doesn't seem like in the legislation there's any real calculation as to how that's going to be effective. And I was just wondering how we set that number and how we're going to actually measure the effectiveness of this bill should it pass. Because it's like, I think it's really important that we have a very concrete understanding of how, this bill actually helps students. So how do you plan to do that?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, we kind of moved the $15,000 to $10,000. The reason for that being is after talking with reps throughout the past day or so, 2 days or so, we realized that the 500 instead of the 750 would kind of be the most kind of starting point for now. So the 500 gift cards, if we look in the scope of things, our university, as I said, is huge. There's 40,000 undergrad students. If we can help 500 students of that need, that would be really awesome. So the way that we know it's going to be effective is that it is going to be housed through the student care advocacy. Nobody can just go up and like, you have to kind of go through that process, which I already explained, and make sure that those students are getting it and those students need it based on their situation, based on what's occurring. I also had a meeting this morning with President McKay and some other reps on this, and Speaker Zhang and some reps who co-signed this, and we talked about having a survey. So this anonymous survey could possibly be at the bottom of the resource card that we give out, saying like, oh, anonymous, you don't have to fill it out, but just letting students know if they appreciated it, if what could be changed.
I think Chair Jordan froze. I don't know if it shows up for anyone else. Okay, we'll give her a sec. Chair Jordan. She is frozen, right? It's not just me. Okay. I have horrible Wi-Fi, you never know. I'm gonna shoot her a text in case. I think she just left. She'll be coming in about a second. Sorry, y'all. This is what comes with technical difficulties. She's trying her best right now is what I'm getting. So we'll give it a couple minutes. I don't want to move away from questions just yet. And she is the only chair of facilities, but if it goes on for a little longer, I may have to have Representative Gary step in with what she can, but for now we'll wait a little bit and see if she is able to make it back. Okay. I believe she's back or she's joining again.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
All good.
Sorry, Lewis. Was that the rest of your question? Did I answer it?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah, I forget what we left off on, so it's fine.
All right, I believe we are still on questions. So are there any other, so the hands that are up, I'm going to take them as questions. So Chair Mishler.
Sorry, that's old.
Okay. Representative Ron Sorensen.
Hi, I'm sorry. I know that this is like my third time talking.
Actually, can someone lend her time? Because for the sake of rules and keeping that precedent.
I do.
There you go. All right, you're good, Representative.
I would just really quickly like to point out that 500 might seem like a lot and it might seem like we're making a big impact, but that's barely a quarter, like that's barely half of the students that live in East. That's only 1.25% of roughly of our student body. That's like, I don't know if this necessarily has the potential. So like, I'm just wondering like if there is a backup plan for this to like something like official from Student Care and Advocacy saying they will continue this program, because I feel like that's really important for this, because 500 students is not a lot of our constituency.
Yeah, I obviously can't speak for Student Care and Advocacy, but I can speak for UPUA in saying that if we are helping them in this kind of understanding of us giving them flying cash gift cards for those $10,000 to go towards something that like they may not be able to fund right now, and we can alleviate some of that stress from them. I think that was kind of our goal right there then. Obviously, we can still have talks with them throughout the whole entire year about how we can maybe implement this program, figure out this program for years to come. I know it's really important. It's something I'm really passionate about. That's why I care so much about this. But I think that this won't be the end of our relationship with them. It's just beginning. So I think that we'll figure out a plan to make sure this keeps continuing in the future.
All right, Representative Byrd.
Hi, I definitely like the idea a lot of us partnering with student care and advocacy going forward and like now, but I'm just wondering why we can't push this to the beginning of the fall semester. It seems like there's still a lot of details to be ironed out. And it seems like, I know you mentioned like you go to your branch campus and like get this, but if we want to guarantee that like it's just for University Park students, I'm not sure how this could work over this summer. So yeah, I guess I'm just wondering why we don't push it to the beginning of the fall.
Yeah, so I can answer the question. The reason why I believe this is going to be the best way to do this is do it tonight is because there's a couple of reasons for that. One, this is our last in-person assembly meeting. I think it's important that we all kind of vote on this together in the room, because at the end of the day, the one thing that we're kind of here for to do is to help those students and to advocate on behalf of students who may not be able to share their voice. So I think that is something special that we should all be able to voice our kind of help that we can with students. The reason also why I think this should be brought tonight is because if we pass it tonight, then we can make sure that this plan will be in place as soon as possible. There are students living at University Park in the summer. There are students who may, I know that they are remote, but they may be up there for who knows some type of reason, and they may need to get that line cash gift card. I just think that we can't neglect the students also who are living up there. And if we keep pushing it back and back into the fall, then it might not be kind of as effective as we want it to be effective right now, considering the kind of uncertain time we're in, as well as kind of if we do this and pass it now, then by next week we can have this laid out concrete plan about what we're going to do to help those students as soon as possible.
All right, are there any other questions for Chair Jordan? All right, Chair Barungi.
Hey, okay, I'm sorry. So then other question that I had was, okay, what is the maxing out policy on this? Is it going to be once you get your $20, you're kind of like, recorded and you can't like utilize this resource again? Can students utilize it multiple times throughout the year? What's kind of that like?
Yeah, so any University Park student or any student who kind of spends over, who we give out more than $100 has to be taxed through like the university. So it can't go over $100, but that doesn't mean that student care and advocacy won't be able to help them come the time. It's just like it then has to be kind of documented that the student care advocacy has handed out this much money for a student.
All right, I'm going to allow one more question just because there have been many fielded and it's been like a very long question period alone. So Representative Flegel.
Tara Flegel, Eberly College of Science. I just wanted to ask, in the creation of this bill, were any students who might be affected kind of asked about this? Were anyone who might receive one of these gift cards, were they asked about how this should be structured, or was this made just by the UPUA?
Yes, so the task force, the people who sit on that, we're kind of going through and figuring out the ways that students are affected by this. So it's not just like we kind of picked this up one day. It's been researched, it's been kind of backed up. I know that there's been students who have been kind of looking for this for a while throughout the whole entire year, where I think we're always being in contact with students. So I think it's also a tough conversation to have with the student if we don't want to like make them uncomfortable or anything. So I think it was kind of us helping them in the way where we didn't want to make them uncomfortable, but wanted to make sure we were helping them in the way that they could then benefit from it. So I would say yes, there's been a lot of research. We didn't bring this up for no reason. It's been researched for a few weeks, and the task force has been researching it for a few months. So to answer your question, simply yes.
All right, I'm going to close the floor for questions. And we will now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this piece of legislation? Again,
I think I have a point of order.
Oh yeah.
Just before I sent this amendment in early, it hasn't been changed on the legislation yet, but it is the number in the box, if Stephen could scroll down, is 500 gift cards, $10,000, just so you guys are aware of that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so because you are the co-sponsor, that's obviously taken as friendly. And I'm just going to reiterate, because the question period was long, if someone is saying your point already, please refrain from raising your hand. I just don't want this to become an echo chamber. But we'll start with Representative Round Sorensen.
Hi, I have Representative Round Sorensen. I have a motion to recommit this to committee until we have answers about from the administration about what's going to happen in the fall. There have been a lot of questions, so I don't think that this is going to go, this is going to be a long discussion. For the sake of timeliness, I think that we should wait until things are more concrete. So yeah, I motion to recommit this to committee.
All right, because of that motion, I'm gonna ask everyone that did raise their hand, I don't know if that was for discussion or not, if you could unraise or actually I'll just lower your hands. I will allow Chair Jordan to speak on, just because I did see your hand raised, but then from there we do have to address the motion.
Yeah, so I am going to not, I'm gonna obviously advise against that, just because this has been thought about a lot. It's not like we are just bringing this to kind of out of nowhere. It's been researched for a few weeks, and the task force researching it for a few months. In kind of our hindsight, I guess you could say, we have been kind of in the hopes of knowing we're returning to fall. And I can't reiterate enough saying that when we return to fall, or when we return to school, which I know we will eventually, this line cash is going to be needed for students. It is going to be needed for students who are having insecurities, who already are feeling insecure about food and housing and all this stuff. There may be more now who may need this resource. And if we can help alleviate that pain a little bit, then this is going to be really needed. I just really, really am going to advise against tabling it for the fact that we're going back to fall, we're going back to school eventually. So by that point, it's going to be kind of needed then. It's never not going to be needed. That's just kind of the bottom line there.
All right, so now this is discussion on the motion to recommit. I'm just reiterating that for everybody. Representative Risser.
Hi, yes, so going off of Chair Jordan's point, I think this is so important now that this should not be recommitted until the fall or whenever we go back, the work's been done here. Representative Jordan and the other co-sponsors in this bill have clearly put so much thoughtful work into this and have produced what I would think is a great piece of legislation. And also, I'd just like to bring up how this bill might affect small businesses. If I wanted to, I could go down to Metro and buy myself a new pair of shoes with this $20 gift card. And not that like students are going to do that or anything. But anyway, I just think the Assembly should consider how small businesses will be affected by this and how this funding could help the downtown community.
Again, we're on the discussion for recommitting, but Representative Bose.
Erin Bose at large. I would strongly advise against recommitting this, especially if we were recommitting it until the fall. Because, for example, I don't think that this is something that can wait until the first Wednesday when we pass it. And then not only having that Wednesday, but then giving student care and advocacy the time to then process that through ASA and get the gift cards and do all the different stuff. the fact of the matter is we're in an economic crisis and a global pandemic, and it needs immediate response. We've done as a group a lot of different research into it. We have the answers to the questions. I was willing to give some of the answers to some of the questions in discussion as well that have been brought up. Honestly, I'm highly disappointed by the amount of questions that there were given tonight and not given previously. As a group, I know that aside from today and maybe a little bit yesterday, we have not been given any types of these questions beforehand. And I do have to say I'm a little disappointed because I think that when representatives put in as much work as they have on this type of resolution and other resolutions, I think we owe it to them to pay their respect and not put them on the spot on the floor. But I do think that there is quite a lot of research of why this should be not only put through tonight, but put through altogether.
Again, reiterating, just for everybody, if you have your hand raised, that means you're bringing up a new point for the motion. I, again, strongly urge you to not create an echo chamber. Oh, Sydney, I accidentally lowered your hand. I didn't mean to do that, but there you go. Representative Gibbard.
Hi, Sydney Gabriel, College of Engineering. In my opinion, I feel like students are experiencing need now, and a lot of students are living in their apartments right now because they have the leases and they need to get out of their hometown because that's where they've been stuck for the past few months. And Center County is in the green right now, which means that it's a safer place for them to be sometimes, and they need to take refuge in knowing that they can actually access these gift cards throughout the summer as well. Like someone mentioned before, also, it helps out small businesses downtown, and it also will help students use that money within State College throughout the summer, which is definitely something that needs to be addressed now. A lot of the conversations that I've been having with reps and within other committees is about what UPUA can do to address the effects of COVID-19. We can't address those effects in 3 months. We need to start addressing that now, and we have the opportunity to pass this legislation and make a difference right now. So that's my opinion on that.
All right. Representative Shi, if I hear it becoming an echo chamber, I'm closing the floor for discussion. We'll move into a vote, but we will still move into discussion on this. Representative Shi.
All right. So basically, as International Student Council representative, I personally know that a lot of international students are still stuck on campus because they have no way to buy the ticket back to home. And at this point, many people are in need of those, gift cards because, first of all, their parents and even themselves has faced, unemployment. Just look at how high the unemployment rate in our country right now. So many people need that, and we are public school, so it's people come in our school, and many of them are from low-income families, so they actually need them. If we wait until the fall to start it, we will have a really short time to actually implement it in, and then people may actually be struggle, once they come back to campus.
Yeah, so supposed to be. Sorry.
Yeah, so I will actually, strongly, discourage, kind of to table on this because, as again, people need that, and also as community diversity liaison, that I know that I've been talked to the board is that the downtown restaurants and businesses, they have suffered for months, of low income. It's kind of we are all underestimating how much damage they have faced.
All right, Representative Richardson.
Yeah, so just a couple of points I'd like to address. It seems like, first off, there's a lot of things that are not included in this plan, and these are my reasons for urging that we table this bill. It seems like, first off, there are a lot of things that aren't included in this plan that I think are really vital, especially when we're spending $10,000 of student fee dollars, that I think really need to be fleshed out before we're willing to take such a risk. First of all, there's no discussion of how this actually panned out at UMD. We don't actually see impacts. We don't see how effective this was. We see that it fed 10 students a month on campus meal swipes. They distributed close to $16,000 or $1,600, excuse me, or 1,600 meals, I'm sorry. But we really don't see how this actually helps students. And I think that's really important if we're willing to take such a risk right off the bat. Not to mention the fact that UMD only spent $5,000 on their initial one. And I really can't find any resources that are showing that it's still around, which is kind of alarming. I hope someone can correct me on that, but I go on their site and it said that there was a pilot program in 2017, but there was never actually really follow up with it. And it's really hard to find resources on actually getting it. So maybe it's easier if you're on campus, but I'm not sure. But just on things that aren't included, like time to receive funds, that's pretty important, I think. I think we should have a really concrete understanding of how long it'll take students from application to recipient, aside from whether if they're on campus or not. I understand that could be immediate, but that's not the case for most students. The inclusion of a survey to measure effectiveness is just not in the bill. The multiple recipient roles are not in the bill. Correspondence with constituents. We haven't really heard much about how this has tangibly been interacted with and how we've actually gauged the opinion of constituents across Penn State. Personally, if this was based on financial need and we actually had a viable method of, dispersing these funds via financial need, I'm comfortable saying that I would probably be a recipient of it. And I can say pretty confidently that $20 isn't really going to do anything for me. It's at the end of the day, $20 in line cash is going to let me go to the gas station and buy a few drinks or something, or maybe buy a meal or two. One of the representatives here mentioned that they'd like to go to, I forget the name of the place, but we don't need to buy shoes, right? This isn't an economic stimulus package. This is supposed to be helping students. Not to mention the fact that we've heard various points brought up about how this will impact small businesses. This isn't supposed to be a stimulus package. This is supposed to be a student care sort of emergency fund. So any points on small businesses, not to mention the fact that, Representative Bose said that there was a ton of research done on this. There's only one external citation outside of Penn State on here, and it's UMD's website, which really doesn't give you that much information on how this is actually effective. So yeah, I am overwhelmingly in support of tabling this because I think that this has the potential to be very effective, but we just need a lot more work to be done on it.
So I see a motion to call to question, and with that, I am going to send a poll. We're not in a physical setting, so it is really hard for me to kind of gauge where people are right now. So I'm going to send out a poll that says continue discussion on the motion to reconsider, which is what we're doing right now. Options: yes, you want to continue discussion on the motion to reconsider alone. Saying no means you don't want to continue discussion. You want to move back to the main bill and discussion at hand. Let's see. And then, or actually, yeah, for motion reconsider, and then abstain means that you weren't present or there's a conflict of interest. But I will be sending that poll out just to gauge what's going on because I can't see you guys in person right now.
Sorry, can you
Lexi,
clarify the
mind
vote?
repeating that?
Yeah, so what we're voting on right now is that continue discussion on motion to reconsider. I can't ask for a voice vote, which is why I'm doing it. But so continue discussion on motion to reconsider. Saying yes means you want to continue the discussion on reconsidering this bill. Saying no means no, so you want to kill this discussion and then we vote to reconsider, it goes to that vote. And then abstaining means you just weren't present or there's a conflict of interest, but I hope that clarifies that. And this is a voice vote. So the continuing the motion means if there's a majority of people that are saying yes or no, that's how we're going to go about it. So right now I'm going to give it 5 seconds and I will be ending the poll.
Can I just ask, does that mean that if I vote yes, I'm saying that I want to keep talking about this, keep talking about the bill as a whole?
No, so saying yes means you want to continue the discussion on the motion to reconsider alone. So right now we are in the state of do we want to reconsider this? We are discussing that right now. And then if everyone says no, or a majority says no, we move back to the actual vote to reconsider this. And that will determine if we talk about the motion, we talk about the bill as a whole, or if it's reconsidered. I know it's super confusing, but I hope that clarifies it.
Wait, motion, point of information, can you maybe relaunch the poll now that it's been very much
Yeah, let me.
Okay, thank you.
Launch poll. All right. Wait a minute. There you go. I'm so sorry. It's so it's very confusing to explain, but this is on the matter of motioning, discussion on the motion. I'm going to give it about 30 seconds and then we have to continue. Remember, this is a majority vote, so. All right, so I'm going to end the poll. Majority says they don't want to continue discussion on the motion, so we are now going back on to discussion to, what was it, on the, I'm confusing myself now. So continue discussion on motion to reconsider. So the discussion that we were just on was talking about the motion to reconsider. Yeah, so we're voting on the motion to reconsider now since that discussion has been closed. Thank you. It's so hard to keep track of this. But so with that, discussion has been closed for reconsider. It means you move into an automatic vote. I believe I have it up. Let me get it. All right, so this next vote is the motion to recommit to the Facilities Committee. A motion to reconsider requires a majority, just so that you all know of that as well. So I will be launching the poll. I'll be giving you about 30 to 45 seconds to vote, but please be aware of what's going on. Yeah, so I'll clarify. If for those who don't know, yes, send this back to committee. That's what recommitting means. Saying no, that means let's vote on it tonight and we go back in the discussion of the bill. Saying abstain, you weren't here or it's a conflict of interest. All right, I am going to end the poll. So the majority is saying no, they don't want to recommit. So we are now going back into discussion on the bill as a whole. Does everyone kind of get where we are right now? Sorry for that whirlwind of events, but we'll keep going on discussion. I will clarify if we are getting into a echo chamber, I will be interrupting people. So Representative Reynolds.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down from before.
Okay. Chair Jordan.
Yes, so I want to touch on a few points that were brought up before this, just so everybody is clear. Obviously, we weren't going to ask a lot of the student kind of input, or not, that's worded badly. We're not going to ask all of these students what they want to see in kind of a student care advocacy office, because these are very uncomfortable situations, circumstances to be in. If a student comes to student care and advocacy office, they're coming there for help. Every student knows that this office is there for them and for their needs. I don't know how to reiterate that enough, saying that this is going to be needed at our university for the whole entire year and for years to come. It's never going to go away. This, as it was mentioned very previously before, I want everybody to know that this is not something that we just kind of figured out in a day. It's been 3 weeks. We've changed it around a whole lot since this whole conversation started. I just know that if this is one step that we can take to kind of go towards helping students in everyday life, it's possible. That $20 threshold is if a student has, I want to kind of just give these points here so everybody is clear about how many students you're helping. The $100 is the max you can get. That's about 4 to 5 gift cards that a student can obviously understand. And hearing kind of the point about international students and how they are on campus. This is needed right now. Students are there. Students can't go home right now. We're lucky that some of us are home. Some of us don't have the privilege of being home right now. So I think it's really important to put into consideration, and every single student that walks on this campus, undergraduate, graduate, international, any student who is on campus right now or off campus is going to need this. I cannot reiterate it enough that this is so important, and this is one step that all of us can take in getting these students the help that they need. I will like to say it again. If you, I don't even know, if you had all these concerns about this come Sunday when it was passed through steering, let me know on Monday morning. But it was a great discussion in facilities. It was passed unanimously, just so everybody knows. It was also passed unanimously in steering. So it's not like we're not for this. There's reps who are, and I just want to kind of put all the kind of thoughts there that that's kind of what's going on here. I just think this is something I'm extremely passionate about. I know all of us are, and I can't say it enough, but this is something that students are going to be so thankful for, that we are helping them in this time of crisis, and for times of crisis that aren't going to go away, unfortunately. So I just want everybody to put that in the back of their heads, and I really strongly urge you to vote yes on this bill.
All right, I do see a lot of hands up. I don't want to become an echo chamber myself, but please, again, if your points have been made, I urge you to just not speak and get this process going. But if it is bringing up a new point, please do. Representative Gibbard.
Hi, Sydney Gabriel, College of Engineering. I'll keep it kind of short. I just wanted to say that for those of you who have concerns that $20 doesn't actually help students enough, I feel like that's a privilege that you have and that we all have, to not feel that $20 would help us. But there are students on campus who need those $20. There are students who can't afford a meal plan at all the next year or over the summer. They don't have money in their banks because they haven't been able to work for the past few months. And I just feel like $20 can mean a lot to someone, even though it might not mean a lot to me or to anyone else in this room.
So because I see a lot of discussion, what I'm going to do right now is, this is going to take me a second because I have to go to a separate link or server to do this, but I'm going to ask you guys, have you made up your mind? Have you made up your mind yet? That's going to give me the tell if we need more discussion, if we're going to close the debate, but this is just harder because we're over computer and I can't do a voice vote, unfortunately. All right, so this is going to gauge how much more discussion we really need on this. Let me get the poll ready. It just asks, have you made up your mind yet on this bill? If it's saying yes means yes, I know my vote. No means you have not. And then in the middle is also gauging if you're still making a choice, but this will just help me out a lot because I can't see you guys. If the majority of people are saying yes, then I'm closing the debate for floor. I'm going to close the floor for discussion. We'll vote.
There is a motion, Lexi, after this vote in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay. Representative Loscalzo, I see your motion to amend. All right, so I'm going to show the results of this poll. I'm going to give it about 10 more seconds for you to vote. So the majority of people do know how they're going to vote. After Representative Loscalzo with his motion to amend, we'll be closing the floor for discussion because of this poll. Let's see. All right. Sorry, there's a lot going on. Representative Loscalzo, your amendment.
Very simple thing. I just want to amend to add the type 40. I don't think it was written out at the bottom. I just amend to have the chief of staff say the amount and us to add it in, essentially.
Can I yield my time to Chief of Staff Tremansky?
All right, Chief of Staff Tremansky, if you could update the type 40.
Hi guys, I'm pulling it up. Give me 1 second. So I have the amount left in the assembly discretionary pulled up. We have $36,298.55. After this, we would have 26,200. Sorry guys, I need a calculator. I'm gonna need a minute to pull this number up, guys. I'm sorry. So the total remaining would be $26,273.55.
All right. Is there a second for that, just for the sake of it being an amendment? All right, and since the co-sponsor said second, that will be taken as friendly. I do see that there are 6 people that have not made up their mind yet. I believe it was, let me go back. I just want to check. So 26 people know how they're going to vote. 2 people don't, and then 4 are in the middle. I'm going to say, I will raise your hand if you do have a new point to bring up. I will allow you to speak because I do not want to disenfranchise the people that don't know how to vote, and they won't know how to, or when the vote does come up. So
I'm sorry, I have a point of personal privilege.
Representative Tierney.
Was Representative Byrd's motion ever considered right above Representative Lascalzo's?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm sorry about that. All right. So there has been a motion to close debate. Was there a second for that? Second to Byrd. Okay. Give me a second. With polls, I have to go to a whole nother tab to type it in. That's my apologies. There's just a lot going on right now. Right, let me see. All right. Since there was a motion to close debate, and that's on me, that's my apologies. All right, we'll do motion to close debate. Saying yes means you want debate to be closed and we move into a vote. Saying no means you want debate to continue. And abstain means you weren't here or you have a conflict of interest. So I'll repeat that again. Motion to close debate. By saying yes, you want to close the debate and you want to go into a vote. By saying no, you want to continue discussion on this bill. And by saying abstaining, you weren't here or there's a conflict of interest. I'm going to launch that poll. I'm going to give it about 30 seconds to 45 seconds to do this, but just please be around your laptop, especially when we're voting.
Can I object to closing debate?
There's no objections in modern rules. All right, so I'm going to end the poll. Motion to close debate requires a 2/3 vote. Secretary, I just want to check on my count. There's 36 representatives present. I just want to check on myself for that, so I'm not.
I'm sorry, can you just clarify? You just want to know how many reps are present right now?
Yeah.
Assuming no one left, we should still be at the same number. I mean, I can take a quick count on how many people are here, but I don't really keep track of who's in the meeting at every moment.
What was the count? What's the number of reps present from the beginning?
The beginning, we were missing 6 representatives, so we have 41 total, so that's 35.
All right, because votes are based off of those who are present, if you could go through and do a quick count. If anyone wants to motion to do a caucus breakout, we can also do that. That's the minimum. That's a maximum of 5 minutes. So unless we want to give Secretary Lazinski the ability to just do the quick count, I just want to be as fair as possible. I don't want to take any quick routes here.
We could also just do a quick roll call if you would like.
Yeah, we'll do a roll call. That way people have to be actually present.
All right. Arthi Kalor?
Yes.
Adeline Mishler?
Yes.
By the way, this is a roll call for if you're here. So don't say yes or no. Please just say here.
And
we could just vote by roll call, though.
This is a motion to close debate. So because that requires a 2/3, I do need to know how many are present. That's why we're not voting on the actual bill right now.
We could kill 2 birds with one
Yeah,
stone.
kill 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah.
Count and take the vote.
All right. Say yes or no.
Okay.
When your name is called.
All right, so Arthi and Adeline both said yes. Alex Wu? Amanda Bird?
Yes.
Amy Gary?
Yes.
Anne-Marie Round Sorensen?
I have a question, but are we voting on the legislation? Okay, then yes, yes.
Blake Tolliver?
Yes.
Brian Schultz? Cameron McColgan?
Yes.
Kara Flegel?
No.
Dan Risser?
This is a little bit too serious for me.
Yes.
Aaron Bose?
Like, how'd they set that up? Is this self-timer?
Yes.
Jacob Klipstein?
Yes.
Jarrell Gibbs? Joshua Reynolds?
Yes.
Cara DeLucio?
Yes.
Kelly Snyder?
Yes.
Carrie Even?
Yes.
Lakin Meter?
Yes.
Lewis Richardson?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Marie Meisner?
Yes.
Manny Almonte? Maddie McIntyre?
Yes.
Megan Dalo?
Yes.
Okay. Najee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Noah Robertson?
No.
Patricia Barungi?
No.
Rainier Foley DeFiore?
No.
Refugio Lara?
Yes.
Ryan Lascalzo,
Yes.
Samantha Brown,
Yes.
Sarah Jordan,
Yes.
Stephen Zhang,
Yes.
Sydney Gibbard,
Yes.
Sophia Palillo,
Yes.
Tim Tierney,
Yes.
Tom Doherty,
No.
Tony Shi,
Yes.
Eugene Jung, Una Choi,
Yes.
Jeremy McGovern,
Yes.
Kaylee Quinnen.
Secretary, if you could let us know the number.
Okay, so there was 5 not present representatives. So out of 41, that is 36. And then there was 6 no votes. All right. All right, so by majority, the motion to close debate has passed. Not majority, 2/3, that's my bad. That's the vote required for closing debate.
Also, quick point of information. To respond to Representative Richardson earlier with the objection, you're not allowed to object with modern rules. However, you're able to appeal a ruling of the chair, and that requires majority. So theoretically, right now, if you wanted to appeal this motion to close debate, when it's passed, you can do it with the majority. However, because we've gotten 2/3 consensus of closing debate, I would say that would probably fail, but just so that's out there.
I actually would like to. Can I provide a justification?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that there's just more to be said on this. I think there was a lot of points that are really pertinent to student spending here that have not been addressed yet. And trust me, I hate to make everybody stay here for longer. I certainly don't want to do that, but I think this is like a lot of money. And if someone asked me if I wanted to spend $10,000 on something that I wasn't sure was ready yet, I certainly would say no. So I urge you to please just reconsider for a second, and we'll go from there.
I believe the vote for a motion to overrule is 2/3 as well, but I just want.
I thought it was majority.
Simple majority.
Simple majority. All right. So what we'll do then is we'll do a poll.
Wait, Sarah has a point of information and Tim has a point of order.
Sorry.
It's okay. I rescind that.
Okay, sorry if I'm not getting to everybody. My eyes are in like 4 different places at once, but Representative Tierney, your point of order.
Tim Tierney at large. Forgive me if I'm incorrect here, but motioning to appeal the chair's decision is only valid when the chair is making a ruling that's not based on hard numbers. So if, let's say, Chair Pathical said when we were in a meeting in the hub, when she thought that there was a majority reached by a voice vote, but there wasn't, then you would be appealing the ruling of the chair. Because there already was a 2/3 vote on this and it was recorded, I don't think that it would be in order to appeal the chair's decision when it's clear that the assembly has already acted on that convincingly.
Yeah. I'm going to see speakers on, you can speak, but I'm also then going to refer to Director of Bates simply because he served as the parliamentarian last year.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Tim might actually be correct in that, because I think this is one of the issues with mixing our bylaws and parliamentary procedure, which is based on Robert's rules with modern rules, because the procedures on modern rules are usually, if not a majority, completely based on voice votes. So I think he might have a point there. However, I would refer to Director of Debate if he's still available.
Director of Debate, I don't know if you are there, but if you... All right, so I don't see Director of Debate there. What I'm going to do is, I know that we had a 2/3 majority. I just want to be, as chair, I do want to be as fair as possible. So there was a 2/3 majority that voted to close debate, and that's been voted on, that's been answered. So motion to close the debate has been answered. To be fair, I will have a motion to overrule. I will explain why, just because we don't have a parliamentarian on hand. If it is, I serve at the will of the assembly. I want to make that clear. I don't want to seem like some kind of dictator here. So I will release the poll for motion.
Wait, you might want to look up what Jessica just said in the chat. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Okay, so I'll read it aloud for everybody. Appeal is exclusive to ruling of a chair. Reconsider is for motions that have been voted on, but the motion to reconsider must be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side. Wait a minute, give me a second. If anyone could actually lend time to Associate Justice Straight, just so she can explain this. Ms. Straight, if you could just explain this, because I know you do have a lot of knowledge on Parley Pro.
Sure, Associate Justice Jessica Straight. With appeal, I think what Speaker Zong said was correct. It can only be applied to something that was made at the discretion of the chair. An example would be something like a voice vote, or if you had chosen to close the floor without taking a vote, then that could be something that could be appealed. But the motion to reconsider is what should be used when a motion has been voted on by the assembly, but it can only be made by a member that voted on the prevailing side. So whichever side won, a member on that side has to make the motion to reconsider.
So to my understanding, Representative Richardson. Okay.
If I can jump in, I think that the confusion here, I think this depends on whether or not we are considering whether we're using Representative Byrd's motion to close debate or Chair Pathicle's motion to close debate, because if it was Chair Pathicle closing debate, it would have been the ruling of the chair, whereas Representative Byrd would have just closed debate as a regular representative, and we voted in support of that. So I believe that would be the distinction, and right now we are, we're not necessarily reconsidering because we're motioning to just close debate and not rolling back on a policy or a piece of legislation that's coming back, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so we were gonna, what was happening right now is that, what was it? So a motion to, what was it? And my phone died, where I had, but so to my understanding, the roll call vote was to do two things, was to get people present, but also to see who, like a 2/3 vote. So regardless, I would have asked for a 2/3 vote, like a roll call vote for that, because the poll wasn't giving me anything otherwise. If, for the sake, like, again, to be fair, and I don't want to like overrule anybody here, but yeah, that's what Chair Mishler, that's like what my understanding is 2/3 of the assembly voted to close the debate. And even before that, with the poll, it like clarified that with the roll call vote. There is the motion to, I believe, I'm gonna read. Representative Richardson, your point of privilege.
I'll just I'll just rescind the motion because I think it's causing too much problems. And like, I think at this point we've gotten so far away from the actual like substance of the bill that it's not even going to be relevant. So I can rescind my motion if that makes things easier.
Okay. So I'm going to clarify everything right now. So there was a 2/3. Yeah. So there was a 2/3 vote to close the debate. The poll showed me. I don't want anyone to apologize at all. So what I'm going to clarify here is that because there was a 2/3 majority to close debate, and that was voted on by roll call, and then the poll that I did send out earlier kind of is like the check on that. I will be closing the debate. That was what I was going to do anyway, but I wanted to see what your minds were at right now. What I will also, another thing that I will give is when we are voting, if you don't have your mind made up at that time, you can say pass. The secretary will come back to you at the end. So if you are one of the people that didn't have your minds made, that is something that you can utilize. I also just want to thank Associate Justice Straight for the knowledge as we kind of got into a whirlwind of motions there. But what we'll do now is, and then, yeah, so because it's a bill, we do have to vote by roll call already. We can't do a poll. So Secretary Lazinski, when you're ready, we will now be voting on the entire bill as a whole.
Can we clarify what each vote is for?
Yeah, so saying again, because there were so many votes going through before, this is the vote on the actual bill, which is financial support for Lion Cash plus food vouchers. So with that, by saying yes, you are in support of the bill, you are in support of the funding, and it will be passed, and they have the discretion to use the funding. If you say no, you are against the bill, and they will not have the ability to use this funding. And by abstaining, you weren't present for discussion or you have a conflict of interest. So Secretary Lazinski, when you are ready, we will vote by roll call.
Arthi Clore.
Yes.
Adeline Mishler.
Yes.
Alex Wu.
Abstain.
Amanda Bird.
Yes.
Amy Gary.
Yes.
Anne-Marie Round Sorensen.
No.
Blake Tolliver.
No.
Ryan Schultz. Cameron McColgan.
Yes.
Kara Flegel.
No.
Dan Risser.
Yes.
Aaron Bose.
Yes.
Jacob Klipstein.
No.
Jarrell Gibbs. Joshua Reynolds.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Carrie DeLucio.
Yes.
Kelly Snyder.
No.
Carrie Eben.
Yes.
Lakin Meter.
No.
Louis Richardson.
No.
Marie Meisner.
No.
Manny Almonte. Maddie McIntyre.
Yes.
Megan Dalo.
Yes.
Najee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Noah Robertson.
No.
Patricia Barungi.
No.
Rainier Foley DeFiore.
No.
Refugio Laura,
No.
Ryan Lascalzo,
Yes.
Samantha Brown,
Yes.
Sarah Jordan,
Yes.
Stephen Zhang,
No.
Sydney Gibbard,
Yes.
Sophia Palillo,
Yes.
Tim Tierney,
Yes.
Tom Doherty,
No.
Tony Shea,
No.
Yujin Zhang, Una Choi,
No.
Jeremy McGovern,
Yes.
and Kaylee Quinnen.
All right, with my votes, the bill passes with a close vote of 19-17 to 1. And with that, we will now move on to line item D, which is resolution 915, condemning the Secure Campus Act and Chinese bigotry and anti-Chinese bigotry. Chair Rodriguez, I believe you are introducing this.
It would be Tom Doherty.
Oh,
Yeah, I apologize. That's Gov Affairs.
Chair Doherty.
Yes, actually, I'd like to defer this time to Representative Brown Sorensen.
Okay, so I'm looking at it now. So as of, like, in the nature of the situation, we said that this is pretty new, comparatively speaking to the time of our meetings. But Representative Tom Cotton, who has been causing a lot of issues during this Black Lives Matter movement, movement, not moment. He has been causing a lot of issues and perpetuating a lot of hate during coronavirus as well towards Chinese people. This bill comes primarily as a response to research regarding a coronavirus vaccine. He basically wants the United States to bar Chinese nationals from coming to study STEM in the United States, graduate students primarily. We had a discussion in the Gov Affairs chat, and Representative Reynolds made a good point about how this is targeting graduate students, but we do consider, we do house an excellent STEM program that primes students for graduate school. So I feel like we would be losing out on a lot of excellent knowledge and excellent students who contribute to the overall culture at our campus. Basically, the legislation would revoke any visas for a lot of graduate international students who are already enrolled in U.S. institutions. So it's not just barring future students, it's barring current students. And the legislation would prohibit any undergraduate students who are enrolled in PRC institutions that have research programs or receive funding from, it applies to undergrads as well, because in most education systems with STEM, it leads to graduate school to get your final license. Sorry if I'm talking fast. It would also prohibit PRC nationals and participants in China's foreign talent programs from receiving or working on federal R&D grants in STEM fields. So it greatly limits their ability to work in the United States after they've already received a degree. I think that the biggest issue is the generalization of what a PRC national is and a gross misunderstanding of what people come to the United States for when they're studying STEM. A PRC national is just a Chinese citizen. Tom Cotton and his co-sponsor are generalizing all Chinese students to be agents of their communist government. I think, to put it in perspective, not every single United States student is an agent of the United States government when they study STEM. So I think that we should afford Chinese students the same assumption that they're here on their own free will. No one is making them come here to do these things. Another huge thing that Jacob and I focused on while we were writing this was the similarities between this and the Chinese Exclusion Act. I have a little footnote at the bottom, which essentially banned Chinese immigrants from entering the United States at all. We spent about an hour going over the language in the Chinese Exclusion Act, and it is incredibly similar. It was repealed, and so there's kind of already a precedent that this is not something the American people want. It's a precedent that we do not bar people from coming into the United States based solely on race and assumptions of what a specific citizen is going to do. Yes, and all, like, I don't know, this, like, the Chinese Exclusion Act was a terrible stain in American history. It was, I guess it was essentially trying to fight fascism, but I have concerns about that similar motive. He claims that that is the motive, but our current administration is very pro-fascism, going based off of their willingness to deem Antifa as a terrorist organization. There's just like a lot of underlying things like this. It's not just as simple as, oh yeah, people who work for the Chinese government can't come here. Sorry if I'm not making sense, but especially like in this time where tensions are high, the Black Lives Matter movement is well underway and affecting real tangible change. We need to continue but we need to remember that the coronavirus is still impacting Chinese students. And I feel like this goes with the theme of the United States right now. Like, we can't be racist. We can't have representatives who are racist. We shouldn't encourage universities to participate in racist legislation, which is what this would do, because schools wouldn't be able to receive financial aid from the government if they did not abide by these rules. So that would fare well for private schools because they could do whatever they want, but Penn State would be at the hands of the government and they wouldn't be able to receive funding if they if they allowed Chinese students to come here. But I think that, I don't know if this will pass, but an attack on Chinese students is an attack on all international students on our campus because they provide so much life to our campus that is just absolutely necessary. I say here in the recommended course of action to ban students from China coming to Penn State due to baseless assumptions that they are here primarily to exploit our universities and to spy and steal our technology that would be a terrible, terrible loss to our culture. I'm trying to slow down, but because we've just spent a lot of time on that legislation, but this is extremely bigoted and racist. His motivation is trying to prevent China from using our tech to find a coronavirus cure. Finding a coronavirus cure should be a humanitarian effort, not a arms race type of vibe, which it's devolving into. I feel like everyone would benefit from a coronavirus vaccine regardless of who developed it. But if we create hostile situations like this, then we won't be able to have access to the technology if China comes up with it first, because Chinese students wouldn't be here. And obviously, that is a little bit hypothetical, but essentially, I think that the UPUA should openly condemn anti-Chinese bigotry like this and should, sorry, I'm like talking a lot, but this is the recommended course of action down at the bottom. It's pretty self-explanatory. I think that we should condemn this act and all anti-Chinese bigotry. And there is an amendment to have a communications campaign to support our international students, and I would like to accept that as a friendly amendment, but I'm not sure exactly how Tony would want that worded. And I yield time to Representative Clipstein.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to say some things as the other co-sponsor. I'll be very quick. The most important thing is that this will impact undergraduate students at Penn State. Right now, out of all of our international students, the most amount of them come from the People's Republic of China, and they are an integral part of our community. They're some of the best students we have on this campus. They add to our rich campus culture, and I was very uncomfortable with the fact that an act of the United States Senate would single them out and attack them. So I just wanted to write this piece of legislation to say, one, we stand with our Chinese community here at Penn State and any attempts to remove them and take away their visas. Two, that we know that they are not malicious actors and that we trust them and that we are happy to have them here on our campus, and that we are committed to fighting anti-Chinese bigotry in any form, especially with everything that's been going on in the last couple of months. So I'm very excited to co-sponsor this legislation tonight, and we can now stand for any questions.
All right, we'll move into questions for Representative Brown Sorensen and Representative Klipstein. Representative Tierney.
Tim Tierney at large. Representative Brown Sorensen, I think you kind of touched on this closer to the end of your speech. I was just wondering if there was a concrete advocacy push that the UPUA will be doing as a result of this resolution, and if so, what would that look like?
I think that it would look like what Tony said and have a social media campaign condemning anti-Chinese bigotry. Jacob and I could work on phrasing that really quickly if that would make this a little bit easier, or if Tony wants to like amend like what he had in the comment as a specific call to action, then that would be great. But I think that a social media campaign should happen and that we should express our concerns to President Barron and university administration.
All right, but I know that people have been speaking about an amendment, but we are in the question phase. You can propose the amendment once we are in the discussion phase, but for now, are there any other questions for Representative, sorry for the chimes, for Representative Klipstein or Ann for Brown Sorensen? All right, seeing no questions, we'll now move into discussion. Representative Reynolds. Representative Reynolds.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Joshua Reynolds at large. First of all, I wanted to say that I fully support the condemnation of barring all Chinese nationals across the board and, of course, anti-Chinese bigotry. However, there are a few parts of this resolution which I consider to be much more politically contentious in the interest of national security, as they do not, in my view, directly promote racism. So the first, or the main thing, is the paragraph starting with the legislation also mandates that the Secretary of State develop and publish a list of China's foreign talent recruitment programs that mandates that participants in China's foreign talent recruitment programs register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And so I would say that I have a link here to an FBI report on how, whoops, I think so. The US government has concluded that hundreds of billions of dollars worth of intellectual property has been stolen systematically by the Chinese government from the United States, be it private companies or from universities, and much of that is done through their foreign talent recruitment programs. Also, those talent recruitment programs are not, to the best of my knowledge, exclusive to only Chinese nationals. In fact, it might even potentially recruit Americans for all I know. And so having restrictions and forcing members of such talent recruitment programs to register and identify themselves does not seem to me to be comparable to the act of barring all Chinese nationals from applications. And so I would propose removing those statements from the resolution because I feel that they weaken the overall message.
All right, I'll be going in order of the hands raised, but Representative Shi.
Tony Shi, ISC rep. So I have a few amendments. So I mean, I'll ask Speaker Zhang to pull up my amendments.
Just please say them one at a time so that there can be seconds for each one.
All right. So the first one is I would like to add a paragraph. A third paragraph state that the legislation will result in revoke of visas for many graduate international students who already enroll in U.S. institutions, and the legislation will further prohibit student visa eligibility to any undergrad students who are currently enrolling in PRC institutions that participate in research for or receive any funding from the PRC government.
All right, is there a second for that? I also see the co-sponsors is accepting it as friendly, but Representative Shi, continue.
All right, the second one will be the this kind of legislation of Campus Act will further pause all OPT and H-1B applications for a year until U.S. employment reach back to normal rate according to Trump administration. However, without OPT and H-1B visa applications, students will have no way of seeking employment in the U.S. The OPT will allow students to work in the United States on their student visa for up to 3 years for their seeking for employment. And H-1B visa will grant the students an allowance to work in U.S. for the long term for their employments. And the H-1B application will be sponsored by their employers.
All right, is there a second for that? And again, just please remember to send them to Secretary Lazinski when you can.
All right.
Is there a second?
Second, and accepted as friendly.
Okay.
So the last amendments will be in the recommended course of action. So basically, the UPUA will participate in the social media campaign of yeah, that's the hashtag. All right, hashtag OPT for you and me and H1B for you and me. I mean, those two are the current I can think about, because basically that's the most urgent issue right now, is that that the current students that are enrolling in the US could be just kind of get kicked out of the country and stuff like that. And also just I want to use this time to share a personal story I just experienced yesterday. I'm actually right now on vacation in Ocean City, New Jersey. I was walking with friends on the boardwalk. You probably all know that, in New Jersey. And there's one guy, we're just passing by him, and he said a word that I cannot accept, and nor any Chinese, anyone part of Chinese community can accept. He said the word "Chin Cheng," which is a really kind of assault, and it's kind of assault from the 19th century to the people in the Qing dynasty. It's just, I found it really, being insult and unacceptable, is that our country right now has such much of a bias towards, any, ethnic groups, and also there's so much bias that's fulfilling in this country right now. So really, we need to do something for them, for that all those communities have contributed equal amount, and they're actively still contributing to this country. But think about what this country have done for them. Yeah, that'd be all. Thank you.
All right, so I see the co-sponsors have accepted those amendments as friendly, and they've all been seconded. So we will now continue.
Yeah, sorry. Just also, I would like to be added as co-sponsor. Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. And because both of the co-sponsors took that as seconded, and we'll also ask you guys that's taken as friendly, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now moving on down the queue, Representative Round Sorensen.
So I just wanted to quick jump back to something that Representative Reynolds said. Upon research about this registration that the Secretary of State would have to do, the main reason that we're going to leave this in here, and that I don't think it was officially made as an amendment, but this is staying here because this would pose a threat to any Chinese students coming here to study. Publishing their names would potentially create a target on their back. There's already a target on Chinese people across the country with coronavirus, like Tony just said. So we should absolutely leave this in here to condemn this as well, because the legislation was only about 15 sentences. So this seems pretty brief, but every sentence counts. This is probably the worst part, in my opinion. So I just wanted to respond to that.
All right. And I know that you are addressing another rep, but just for future sakes, just continue in discussion without the mention of representatives' names. Just address what's been said, but you're good. Chair Rodriguez. Chair Rodriguez? He just texted me, so I don't know if he can hear me, but I'll message him as well. I think.
Hi.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Dr. Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. Thank you for your patience. I have a motion. I motion to add line numbers to the legislation.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
And then I have a second motion. If you scroll up a little bit more after the line number, sorry. Okay, so now I should be able to see. Oh, scroll down. It might have been fixed already. It was like a space that wasn't there. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm guessing it's
I
fixed.
got that.
Oh, you got that.
already.
Okay. So essentially, I want to commend the representatives that worked on this. I think it's absolutely essential that we are completely against any bias and discrimination that may be occurring, whether that be at the federal level, local level, or state level. And I do appreciate Gov Affairs for addressing this very expediently. It's not even a huge bill that's been announced. I think it's only on Marsha Blackburn's and Tom Cotton's websites as of now. No major news outlets have picked it up yet. I believe there's just one Newsweek article when we spoke about it in steering. So again, for being very cognizant of what Congress is doing, very appreciative towards them so we can get a head start in terms of refuting this terrible language and what it's aiming to do. Secondly, I also want to say I did get just a message about confusion about the committee distribution or work. It's very expected that in the next few months that Gov Affairs and Justice and Equity will be working very closely together in terms of what's been occurring nationally and especially at the state level in Pennsylvania to fight against bias and discrimination, whether it be through legislation or whether it be through advocacy here at Penn State and at the University Park campus. And I really urge you all that now that we're taking such strong stances against this, that if you do hope to act more on this, that you join the COVID-19 roundtable on the effects of protected classes to discuss further advocacy in regards to things that are pertinent to the campus and social media in general, as this is aimed to address at the federal level what's occurring, and at a smaller level, if you are interested, please let me know so we can continue to fight this specifically at home.
All right, Representative Klipstein.
Yes, I would just like to add two more co-sponsors who helped out with the bill who aren't on it yet. I would like to motion to add Stephen Zhang and Alex Wu as co-sponsors. Yeah.
Second.
Nope. All right. And since both of them are co-sponsors, that'll be taken as friendly. Speaker Zong.
Yeah, I'll add everything after the legislation after tonight, just for formatting's sake. But yeah, I just want to speak in support of this piece of legislation because I think personally as a Chinese American, I think that I kind of see a lot of the different facets of this issue, whether it is, growing up here in the United States and, identifying more with my American roots, but then also having all these friends who are Chinese, whether they are also Chinese Americans or international students. And I think that I definitely can see how this policy that's getting brought in by Blackburn and Cotton is very harmful to the Chinese community, especially with the current conditions. I think that I know one thing that I kind of wanted to caution against is just to be mindful of the rhetoric that we're using when we're discussing legislation like this, just because ultimately we are here to support the student body. So any efforts that we are making should be apolitical, and when we're introducing and discussing and voting and doing all of that, not to attack anyone, honestly. I think it's good to be passionate, but it's also important to kind of be mindful that we're kind of discussing this specifically because Chinese students will be affected by this. I also, while I do wholeheartedly support this amendment, in this legislation. I also do understand a point that a previous representative brought up about how specific clauses in this legislation could potentially be valid. Just because I think in today's day and age, it's very easy to kind of discount a lot of like, I think, legislation and points because there's so much that's politically charged that even, a few good sentences or some, I guess, potentially valid points could be thrown away. Although I don't necessarily support changing this legislation, just because right now a lot of these policies can be very dangerous to Chinese students. I do also understand that in the future, when everything's more stabilized, and I think a lot of this tension dies down, some of those points are valid, and I'd love to see discussion on that in the future. But for now, I do wholeheartedly support this amendment given the tension created by COVID-19.
All right, Representative Shi.
I would just like to answer, Representative Rodriguez, concern about, this legislation is still in plan stage, but, as of right now, the Trump administration has already put down an executive order that to exclude any graduate students that coming from China that are, as stated in this resolution, from schools that, either affiliated with the PRC, military, or receive funds from the national government. So is that the federal administration had already taken actions to exclude Chinese students from coming to the United States to seek for their opportunity to learn. So I forgot who said it, but as right now, this legislation could very be possibly put into Congress as consider the entire, national political situation at this point.
Representative Robertson.
Hi, my motions are just really small. I think it was in line 19, but I just motioned to change its to its possessive. It was just like the wrong, 11, not 19. And then I also have a second motion to just move all of the footnotes to the end of the sentences after the punctuation, just for like consistency throughout the resolution. So that was it. Thank you.
All right, because those were grammatical things, I'm also going to assume that's accepted as friendly. But all right, going forward, Chair Rodriguez.
Najee Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to clarify on a point I made earlier. This is doing what it needs to do, absolutely. I'm just saying going forward, the roundtable aims to do a lot of advocacy and build on the great work that this is doing already. So I completely know that this is immediate and it's really a call to action. I'm in complete support of it, and I just urge everyone who would like to continue the work to join the COVID-19 roundtable in the future. Thank you.
All right, and Chair Doherty.
Hey, I just wanted to commend Representative Clipstein and also Representative Ron Sorensen for bringing this to my attention. I think this is an awesome way for us to make sure that we're standing with our Chinese students on campus. And it's incredible to see how quick they were able to get to something before it really got through the legislative procedure, so that we can reach out not only to our senators, making sure that we are reps too, making sure that we're able to advocate on this as soon as possible and make sure that we have more members on our side rather than catching it mid-process. So I just want to really commend them, and I really hope that we can continue to pass more legislation like this in the future. And I'm hoping we can have a little more collaboration with justice and equity also in the future.
All right, is there any other discussion? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the floor for discussion, and we will now vote. If I could speak, we will now move into voting. So I will be doing it through a poll. So it's resolution 915. By saying yes, you are in support of this resolution. By saying no, you are not. And by abstaining, you either were not here or you have a conflict of interest. So I'm going to launch the poll. I'm going to give it about 30 to 45 seconds. So just please be present. All right, I'm going to give it about 10 seconds and then I'll be ending the poll. All right, I have ended the poll and sharing the results with you all. The resolution 915 condemning the Secure Campus Act and anti-Chinese bigotry passes with a vote of 33-1-1. All right, we will now move on to, actually, before we do go on, I wanted to address a problem that came up very much in the adoption of the agenda, and Representative Risser has been aware of it as well. There was a miscount on the 2/3 vote. So in the beginning of the meeting, there were 35 representatives. That adoption of the agenda requires a 2/3 vote. So 2/3 of 35 is 23.333, essentially 23. There was a miscount, it's not 28. I realized that because I was trying to figure out, like, when we were doing policy, if it was a constitutional change, it would have been 3/4. And that was like 26. And I was like, that doesn't make sense because, again. So with that being said, and for the sake of transparency as well, I'm going to show that. I'm going to show that. So for 2/3, it required 23 and there were 26 yeses. So that has been added to the agenda. I just wanted to say that for the sake of transparency and clarity. And honestly, since there is a vote and it's been recorded and we have like the clarification of the reps present from the secretary as well, I'm going to have that officially added to the agenda. Sorry for the mistake. That was just a silly mistake for counting purposes. But going forward, we will now move into Resolution 1015, Package Resolution for Financial Aid toward Native American Students during COVID-19. Chair Doherty.
Hi, yes, I just want to preface real quick before I continue. I really like the idea of reps who really put the work into this being able to introduce legislation because they know it the best, and also the fact that they were so passionate about this. So I will be deferring this introduction to Representative Shi.
Representative Shi, you have the floor to introduce it.
All right, so hi guys, it's me again. Sorry, but this is really important, really, really important. So for a long time, the Native American communities have been really kind of, left out of society's attention. For Penn State, we have pretty much 1% to 2% of our student population being Native American. I mean, in the past, we haven't, really paid much attention to them, but still we need to hear their voice and, protect their deserved rights at all cost. So this resolution, we are trying to support, several pieces of legislation from the Congress. So the first one is the HR 312, which will prevent the federal administration from taking the land away from the Masabi tribe in Massachusetts. But like if the federal government actually takes away the land, it actually takes away the foundation of the tribe's culture, because with the land, they have the environment and the property, the hardware to practice their own culture. They have the place to gather. They have a place for all their communities to live in. They have their own government. They have their own little community that not being part of the state government. So basically, as I said, it could be a start for the federal government to take away more and more lands from more tribes, if we just allow the federal government to do so. But HR 312, we support this. If this passes, it will actually ban the federal government from taking the lands away from this Indian tribe. The second one is the Promise Act, which gives the necessary financial strength for all American Indian students to continue their academic career through this pandemic. Because you guys probably heard, I don't know you guys if you remember, but two weeks ago, Chair Rodriguez mentioned that Native Americans are being one of the communities that being hit by the pandemic for the most. So I mean, and also the Senate Bill 759, which provides federal funding and ways for public institutions like Penn State to actually actively involve to help American Indian students. That if we actually pays for the tuition for the students, that we can receive extra fundings from the federal government. And the last one is the CARES Act, which actually provides more financial aids to the students. So by supporting these bills and legislations from the Congress, the UPUA shall set up a phone banking campaign to our PA senators and representatives. So and also I will yield my time to Representative Clipstein. Sorry, yeah.
Representative.
To pick up with the coronavirus crisis that we have been facing, some of these tribes in Indian Territory have been hit worse. They've been hit so badly that Doctors Without Borders has been going into the United States to treat Native American or American Indian tribes, Native American Indian tribes. And it's a really sad, it's a real tragedy that we have going on here. So I wanted to put together a package of legislation to really support our Native American students and say that we're there with them, we're there with their communities, we're making sure that we're gonna fight for you to keep your land, we're gonna fight for your survival, and we're gonna fight for your ability to go to school. And so I'm really happy about these package of bills because they do just that. And they really say like, we're here for you and we're gonna do what we can for you.
All right, and with that, I will now open the floor for questions for either Representative Shi or Representative Clipstein. All right, seeing no questions, I will now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Chair Doherty.
Hi guys, Tom Doherty at large. I would just like to say like this is an awesome resolution that not only Representative Shi, but Representative Clipstein worked on. And just at the end of the day, it's like, this is such an awesome piece of legislation that UPUA could pass. I would like to see more resolutions like this in the future. I do not currently know if there is a community group on campus for Native American students, but we should really be looking into how we advocate for not only the 99% of students on Penn State's campus, but making sure we're representing for 100% of all students on Penn State's campus. Making sure that we're supporting them, making sure we're looking out and trying to better their lives as students here. So I think this is an awesome starting point. And I think only from here, we need to kind of pick up the ball on where previous assemblies may have lacked and making sure we're representing Native American students properly. Thank you, guys.
All right, Representative Tierney.
Tim Tierney at large. Sorry if my mic quality changed. I just have a quick amendment to line 43. I motion to strike the word quote and then put a comma after two.
Second.
Perfect, okay. And I'm gonna just also assume that as taken friendly, just because it is something Grammarly. All right, moving on, Chair Rodriguez.
Najee Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. Again, what Tom just hit on was very essential. Anything that we can do to uplift the Native American population at Penn State is steps that we must engage in, as it is our duty to represent the entirety of the student body. And for those that wrote this, thank you for bringing this to our attention, of course, especially since this is more important now than ever, given the disproportionate effects that it's had on these reservations and these tribes, to do something to advocate on their behalf and to represent all Penn State students. So please keep us updated on any support needed to advocate on a federal level, state level, and let us know so that we can do everything that we can to assist.
All right. Is there any other discussion on this resolution? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the floor and we will now move into voting, and it will be by poll. So Resolution 1015, package resolution financial aid toward Native American students during COVID-19. By saying yes, you are in support of this resolution. By saying no, you are against it. And by abstaining, you were either here, you were not here for discussion, or you have a conflict of interest. So I'm going to launch the poll again, 30 to 45 seconds. Just please be present. I'm going to give it about 15 seconds. If you haven't voted, please do. All right, I'm going to close the poll, and also by including Speaker Zong's vote, because he can't vote as being a co-host. This resolution passes with a vote of 33, 1-1. All right, we will now keep going into line item F, which is resolution 1115, establishment of the 15th Assembly PSU Votes Roundtable. I believe it's Representative Robertson that's introducing this.
Yep. Okay, so hi everyone. I'm so glad to introduce this resolution that establishes the PSU Votes Roundtable for the 15th Assembly. And out of respect for our time, I'll keep this pretty brief because I believe the language in this piece of legislation effectively describes both the exigence driving the creation of the roundtable and the direction vis-a-vis civic engagement efforts that the UPUA will be taking by means of business conducted by the roundtable. So in short, the UPUA really has the capacity to centralize campus organizing efforts by serving as the main forum in which initiatives and targets could be planned. And the PSU Votes Roundtable could really play a huge role in looping in different organizations that are already doing that type of work on campus. And then this roundtable will also feature a new co-chair position that will assist in the programming and execution of PSU Votes related initiatives. And this was also communicated Sunday night via Microsoft Teams, but this election will hopefully happen immediately following the potential passage of this resolution by means of a motion. So that's really everything I have. I think the resolution is relatively straightforward if you had a chance to read over it prior to assembly. But yeah, thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for Representative Robertson? Representative Reynolds?
Joshua Reynolds at large. Yes, just to, oh wait, do I have to wait for a little 3-word proposal until the discussion? Or could I ask it as a question?
If it's a question, ask it. This is like questions to the chair primarily, but if it's like an amendment or suggestion, please wait till discussion.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions for Representative Robertson? All right, seeing none, Representative Reynolds, I will recognize you since you did raise your hand prior.
Thank you. So at the end of, or near the end of the paragraph where the policy or the bill lists the number of clubs invited, I'm pulling up the document myself, one moment. Could you scroll? Okay, yes, I see it there. Oh, thank you. So after it says McCourtney Institute for Democracy and any other recognized student organization, parentheses RSO, parentheses, or student at University Park. Just so that any other clubs not explicitly listed in the document do still have the potential to join the roundtable in the future, if they're established at a later date, or if we decide at a later date that they would be worth reaching out to.
Is there a second?
Second.
And because it's by the co-sponsor, it will be friendly. Is there any other discussion on the resolution? Chair Doherty?
Sorry, last time, I promise. Just like going into this, Noah has done an incredible amount of work on this. And while this is similar to previous years when we've had this roundtable, is adding a little bit more extra meat to it, able to have more input not only from UPUA members, but also from different clubs and organizations. And I think this is really awesome. I'm really excited to be able to chair this if this passes. I think this has the potential to do a lot of great work, and especially in a year where we have the presidential election, we need to make sure that we are able to really unite our efforts to get students out to vote. And I'm incredibly pleased to see just the work already that Gov has done to ensure that this is a reality that we can see. Thanks, guys.
All right, with that, is there any other discussion on the resolution? All right, seeing none, I will close the floor for discussion and we'll now move into voting. So this is Resolution 1115, Establishment of the 15th Assembly PSU Votes Roundtable. By saying yes, you are in support of this resolution. If by saying no, you are against it, and by abstaining, you are either not present for the discussion or that you have a conflict of interest. So I will launch the poll. And I will give it about 30 to 45 seconds. All right, I am going to close the poll. And with that, and including Speaker Zong's vote, it will be a vote of 35-0-1. All right. As we, oh, I see a couple hands raised. Representative Klipstein.
Yes, Jacob Klipstein at large. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and call for the election of the co-chair of the PSU Votes Roundtable.
All right, so Representative Tierney, I hear your point of order.
Tim Tierney at large. So while the bill did pass, it has not yet been signed by the president or the speaker, so therefore it's not technically enacted yet. So there is still no PSU votes position to be voting currently. So therefore the motion to suspend the rules would be out of order.
All right. I am actually going, Director Abate, I don't know if you can comment on this. I have my kind of saying on it as chair, but I just want to refer to you first if you are there as former parliament.
Yes, I am. So this is interesting. I didn't really think about this when I was consulted. I guess I'm going to punt and say it's at the discretion of the chair. Sorry, I really don't know. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, if I can jump in. Under modern rules, because a lot of the a lot of it is, I guess, chair-centered. I would say that regardless of, well, I guess if the chair rules in her discretion that we're able to have this election, I would say that it's valid, and we would just hold off on officially making the winner of this election the chair until that legislation is passed. And like, if not, I guess it just disappears. Like the election was like invalid afterwards. But I would say that the election itself can be had. If you wanted to, depending on Chair Pathical's, I guess, response, if you wanted to motion to appeal against that, as we've seen before, it's definitely possible. But I'll let that up to her and her ruling.
So what I will say here, and this is what I will let Representative Robertson speak, since he did have a co-sponsor in the resolution. But Representative Robertson.
Okay, hi everyone. So I do fully understand the concern that the piece of legislation hasn't been signed by the speaker and by President McKay yet. However, like, we've worked really closely with them, and I don't see any reason why like this piece of legislation wouldn't be signed. And then also there's a huge exigence to begin working on PSU Votes Roundtable initiatives and benchmarking right away throughout the summer, considering this is our last meeting for the summer. This is our last opportunity to develop a whole team of people going into the intermission between the end of our summer sessions and the beginning of our fall time. And considering the importance of the 2020 election and the role that organizing will play on the college campus, I think if we begin to work on a lot of PSU Votes initiatives throughout the summer, we can see such a huge turnout in not only those elections, but also in the institutionalization of PSU Votes related measures with the university. So we can begin reaching out to university officials and talking about things like voter institutionalization in NSO or freshman seminars or pre-semester checks. And it would just give us a huge window of time to begin working. And so I would advocate for having the election tonight. Yeah, that's everything I have to say.
All right, before I let Representative Loscalzo speak, yeah, so what I was going to actually mention first is I saw Representative Loscalzo copy and paste from our Constitution bylaws that all acts shall require perfection to take effect. So the thing that I'm interpreting this is that if the speaker and the president are against this, or against the resolution, the president has the right to veto it at the same time. So if he vetoes it, your position, if you were elected, if we hold these elections, would be null and void. The resolution would be null and void, and the roundtable would be null and void. So for the sake of this being the last election, and it's not easy having elections over Teams or like through a group chat and such, I'm gonna keep, let's see. Yeah, so if it is at the discretion of the chair, I'm going to allow for this. And also technically, according to modern rules of order, there aren't really motions to suspend the rules. I guess it's really up to my discretion to suspend the rules. Yeah, so if people do want to motion to appeal, okay, there's a motion to appeal the chair's decision then. And with that, let me just create, I mean, also I will create a poll. If you'd rather do it by roll call, please motion to do so. But as for now, sorry if I don't see any chat right now, I'm on another thing. I'm being as quick as I can, and I apologize if I spelled anything wrong in the poll. And I will explain this because I know this can be really confusing.
There was a motion to vote by roll call. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, well, then poll is useless, but we'll keep going. Parliamentarian or former parliamentarian and Director Bate, I see that you have something to add. I will, if someone wants to lend him time to speak just for the sake. All right, Representative Reynolds lends you time.
Hello. Okay, so I just kind of double checked some stuff here. So I would just recommend that, like, when you're voting on this, just consider the fact, like, the circumstances that we're in, and I think everybody's brought this point up, but, like, we are not going to meet again for the summer. In the grand scheme of things, I suppose my recommended course of action here would, even though it's not entirely official, would just, like, if the president or the speaker have not made any kind of indication that they're going to veto this bill, especially considering the fact that they were working with the sponsors, I would say that this vote would most likely be in order. And then in the event that, you know, for whatever reason this doesn't be enacted, that it would go away. Now, obviously, proceed with the vote. Like, this is just my recommendation, but I think considering the whole holistic situation that we're in right now, just I would take that into consideration and say that this probably would be fine.
All right. There still is the motion. Jesus Christ. Okay. So what we're going to do is there was the motion to appeal that we have to address. Before anything, I know I see things in the chat before we go through with that. There is the motion to appeal. Well, since I don't have a signed version of the resolution just yet, the motion to appeal is very much valid. So what I'm going to do is send out that poll. So motion to appeal the chair's decision. If you are saying yes, you are appealing my decision and you are going against me. So you don't agree that we should have this election tonight. By saying no, you are, I think I'm getting this right. Yeah, motion to appeal the chair's decision. By saying yes, you are disagreeing with me. You are going against having the election tonight. By saying no, you do want to have the election tonight. And by abstaining, you were not present for discussion or you have a conflict of interest.
Oh, wait, there was a motion for the appeal vote to happen by roll call. Is that possible?
Yeah, okay, I just saw that, I'm sorry. Secretary Lozinski, could you do this by roll call? And I will clarify the vote again before you go into roll call. So by appealing my decision, by saying yes, you are agreeing with Representative Tierney that you do not want to have the election tonight. Or not even you want to, it's just that you do not agree with having the election tonight. By saying no, you agree with me to have the election tonight. By abstaining, you are either not here for discussion or you have a conflict of interest. If there are any questions, like please message them to me individually or whatever, or if you do have any questions. But Secretary Lozinski, if you could take roll call.
Sure. Arthi Kalor?
No.
Adeline Mishler?
No.
Alex Wu?
No.
Amanda Bird? Amy Gary?
No.
Anne-Marie Round Sorensen?
No.
Blake Tolliver?
No.
Brian Schultz? Cameron McColgan?
No.
Tara Flegel?
No.
Dan Risser?
No.
Erin Bose?
No.
Jacob Clifstein?
No.
Jarrell Gibbs? Joshua Reynolds?
No.
Carrie DeLucio? Kelly Snyder?
No.
Carrie Even?
No.
Lakin Meter,
No.
Lois Richardson, Marie Meisner,
No.
Manny Almonte, Maddie McIntyre,
No.
Megan Dalo,
No.
Najee Rodriguez,
No.
Noah Robertson,
No.
Patricia Barungi,
Yes.
Rainier Foley DeFiore,
No.
Fugia Lara,
No.
Ryan Lascalzo,
Yes.
Samantha Brown,
No.
Sarah Jordan,
No.
Stephen Zhang,
No.
Sydney Gibbard,
No.
Sophia Palillo,
No.
Tim Tierney,
Yes.
Tom Doherty,
Nope.
Tony Shea, Eugene Jung, Luna Choi,
No.
Jeremy McGovern,
No.
and Kaylee Quinnen.
All right. And for the motion, so the motion to appeal my decision has essentially failed with a vote of 329-0. That's on the motion to appeal. So as chair, again, I'm still allowing the election since the appeal did fail. So in natural election procedure then, Representative Tierney?
Hello, sorry, Tim Tierney at large. Just the point of order. I don't think we voted on the actual motion now to suspend the rules. So if we could do the 2/3 for that.
Yeah, so I think I have a poll ready to go for that. Or at least I did. Sorry, I'm trying to find the poll. Okay, so the next motion is to suspend the rules for the, and again, I know for modern rules, technically it is up to my discretion, but again, I'm someone that serves at your will. So for the sake of transparency, as the chair, I will be allowing a vote on this motion to suspend the rules for the purpose of holding the election. The co-chair of PSU Votes Roundtable using the internal elections process described in the UPUA bylaws. So that means by suspending the rules, we would now go into the election, same election procedure. So by saying yes to this, you are suspending the rules and we are going into the election on the co-chair for the PSU Roundtable. By saying no, you do not want to go into the election for the co-chair of the PSU Roundtable. By abstaining, you weren't present for discussion or you have a conflict of interest. If there needs to be a clarification at all, please let me know, but I will be launching the poll. Actually, yeah. I also want to ask for a clarification on a vote to suspend the rules. I think earlier I was told it was majority, but sorry, wait 1 second. Actually, I'm going to explain myself here, and if there's anyone that wants to discuss this, they can. So the whole reason why we did a motion to appeal was my decision to go forward with the election. So basically, because there was that point brought up that by constitution and bylaws, it needs to be if I can get the language correct, perfection to take effect. But my reasoning for this and going in order of the election was for the sake of if the president wanted to veto, he could, and everything would be null and void. So my decision that you guys were appealing to was to go forward with the election, because according to modern rules, there is no technical motion to suspend the rules. It is really up to my discretion. So I'm clarifying that for the sake of, I think this poll that I'm currently holding right now is actually very irrelevant since we just voted on it, and you guys voted on on the appeal itself. So with that, I'm going to go forward with the election. We did a motion to appeal for it. So with that, the chair has decided to motion to suspend the rules. I see hands raised, so I will address you guys. Representative Lascalzo.
I did not mean to have my hand raised, sorry.
Okay. All right, so, okay, with that, we're gonna go forward with the election. That is the decision, that's what we appealed on. That's my bad. There's a lot going on. So with that, we will now move into election procedure. Sorry, but I just wanted to clarify that for you all. So we will now move into election procedure. So this is the election for the PSU Roundtable co-chair. This is for nominations. I will open the floor for nominations and we'll go for there. But Representative Klipstein.
I would like to nominate Representative Robertson.
All right, Representative Robertson, do you accept?
I accept.
All right, the floor is still open. Are there any nominations for the co-chair of the PSU Roundtable? All right, I will, whoever's mic's on, if you could. All right, yeah, I see you. Okay, moving forward, I will now close the floor for nominations and we will now move into the speech of the candidate. So Representative Robertson, you have 5 minutes to speak and then 10 minutes for questions. And you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, so hi everyone. Thank you for having this election tonight. I think it's incredibly important to begin working on a lot of these initiatives over the summer, again, considering the scope and magnitude of what we're seeing for 2020. And so I really want to serve as the co-chair of the PSU Votes Roundtable because I want to see this year's PSU Votes brand manifest in a way that's both expansive and more robust. And so in the past, PSU Votes has been treated as a short-term project, really just like a week-long thing. But I want to see PSU Votes initiatives span the entire academic year. And I've already begun working with numerous representatives about what they'd like to see PSU Votes accomplish. And I've created a document in which these initiatives have started to be itemized, prioritized, and benchmarked. And so some of the specific projects that the Roundtable would begin working on are creating a UPUA sponsored voter guide, conducting outreach to RSOs to host voter registration sessions during meetings, hosting tabling events for voter registration, advocating for university holiday on election day, and institutionalizing civic engagement efforts through NSO freshman seminars and pre-semester checks. All of these initiatives have the agency to be started benchmarked over the summer. And again, thank you for giving us the ability to do this now. And then one other project too that I want to highlight that I'm especially excited to begin working on is creating what I've been calling the Roundtables PSU Votes Fellows, which would essentially be positions for students who are interested in working in civic engagement and campus organizing, to both be given a platform to do meaningful work in this area and also be introduced to the UPUA. And I think PSU Votes really has the unique capacity to serve as a driving force behind civic engagement efforts on our campus. And that's why I'd feel honored to serve as the co-chair who can facilitate these initiatives. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Representative Robertson? And as always with elections, there is the I am here form in the chat sent, so please remember to fill that out. But floor is still open for questions for the candidate, but if not, we will continue. All right, seeing no questions, I will now put you into a breakout room. Just give me a sec. All right, you should be getting the request to join right about now. All right, is Representative Klipstein, if you could explain your nomination.
Yes, Jacob Klipstein, at large. I nominated Representative Robertson because he is extremely passionate about voting, civic engagement, and PSU Votes Week. He worked very hard.
Policies are instituted, hopefully with further transparency in the future as well. And I would love and encourage anyone who also shares an interest in doing this to attend that racial justice roundtable so we can actively find ways to address and create initiatives to further this and ensure that they follow through with their word and what we are committing them to do.
All right, is there any other discussion on this resolution? Representative Reynolds?
Joshua Reynolds. Joshua Reynolds at large. So I really like this legislation and I like the statistics you brought to back it. You did mention that no city has implemented all 8. So I would ask what your thoughts are on the legislation's currently reading as it is. It basically seems to call upon the University Park Police to implement all 8 of the changes, and some of them, such as the banning of outright total banning of shooting at moving vehicles, does not appear to necessarily have the same positive effect that use of force continuums, exhausting all alternatives before shooting, de-escalation requirements. It doesn't seem to have the same benefits that those would have. So do you plan to approach the police as trying to implement all 8, or are you going to try to work with them to implement the ones which you consider to be most beneficial and least imposing upon the duties of the officers?
I'll respond to that. It's a really good question. And in all honesty, please correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the controversy that's been swirling around the State College Police Department is the fact that we don't know what's instituted. We don't know the guidelines or the policies that they have in place when addressing these issues. As we spoke about during the last assembly, we didn't necessarily have consistent dialogue with them. It wasn't really reciprocated in the sense that it should have. So there has been a severe lack of transparency that needs to be accounted for. And the honest and truthful answer to that is that we don't know what's in place already and what's not. For all we know, there's some that could be and there's some that couldn't. What we're doing is we're just advocating for the generalized official adoption and commitment to these with the State College Police Department and the University Park Police Department, specifically at Penn State. And I believe that the guidelines are public for the University Park Police Department. Again, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's the opposite for the State College Police Department.
Representative Gibbard?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of like follow up with that. First thing, all 8 solutions have been implemented at different cities and like different areas. So we do know the effectiveness of all, like 8 of them individually. We just don't know the effectiveness of 8 of them as a whole. There have been cities that have implemented 7 of them, but we are calling on State College Police and University Police to implement 8 of them. As Najee said before, or Chair Rodriguez, sorry, mentioned before, there is actually no information really about what State College Police policies are regarding policies like this, like the 8 can't wait solutions. And so definitely this is just meant to start the conversation. But as to what Representative Reynolds mentioned, we are planning on kind of like emphasizing the 3 ones that have proven to be most effective, and then really starting there and trying to move on from there. But we all, even though Representative Tolliver did mention that State College obviously doesn't have a high crime rate, like that by no means says that like we should approach this with like a slower approach, or like without really emphasizing that we want to see all 8 of these implemented within State College. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
All right, is there any other discussion on this resolution? All right, seeing none, I will close the floor for discussion on Resolution 1215, and I will be launching the voting. And for clarification, Resolution 1215 is call on Penn State University Police Department and State College Mayor Ronald L. Filippelli to adopt Campaign Zero's 8 Can't Wait solutions by saying yes, you support this resolution, by saying no, you are against it, and by abstaining, you weren't present for discussion, or you have a conflict of interest. But I will be launching the poll again. 30 to 45 seconds tops. All right, about 15 more seconds. I'll leave the poll open for anyone who hasn't voted yet. Please do. All right. And with that, I will end the poll, and including Speaker Zong's vote, because he is a co-host and can't vote in polls. The results is 26-1-4. All right, we will keep chugging forward. So next we have line item H, which was Resolution 1315, creation of a Women's Empowerment Roundtable. Representative Bose, if you'd like to introduce this.
Aaron Bose at large. Thank you everyone for sticking around. So I'm really excited this is coming to the floor. Currently, according to Penn State's undergraduate admissions, women comprise 46% of the student body. If you look in the nature of the situation, the American Association for the University of Women cites a long list of just some of the problems that women face both on and off campus. And so basically this roundtable, we've currently benchmarked around 35 different organizations within the registered student organizations at Penn State that touch on at least some of the topics of women's empowerment initiatives and so on. Some of them including the Pan-Hellenic Council, National Pan-Hellenic Council, a lot of the women in academic societies, Derby even, which is a women's comedy troupe. Basically, the LGBTQ plus roundtable, we basically just tried to outline a lot of the different organizations that touch on women's empowerment, but we also really want to emphasize that a lot of the times while these organizations are great and they provide great resources and support, not every single female on campus has the time or the funds available to really join in these organizations and get that resources and support, but that shouldn't mean that they lack the resources and support. And so through talking through how this roundtable would be, we really want to include a lot of the different administrative offices, including Gender Equity Center, Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life, Educational Equity, including the Presidential Commission for Women, the Center for Sexual and Gender Diversity. We want to reach out to those 35 organizations and any more that we can find along the way, as long as some external contacts such as the National Organization for Women and the American Association for University Women. But we also want to reach out and find ways to market it so that we can get as many females involved as possible. And we really, the main point of the roundtable is to not only have these discussions, but find ways to collaborate and consolidate resources so that every single female has access to these. In our discussions, we had found out that the Schreier for Women a couple years back in 2017 have put together a roundtable. And so we did reach out to them and we had a really productive conversation, and we actually found that there were 2 different missions within the roundtables. Something that we really wanted to remain conscious of was with something like women's empowerment, we don't want to have 2 separate of the same conversations going on, and we don't want to take away from anything that's currently been established. However, we did establish that there were 2 distinct missions, and the Schreier for Women led roundtable is more for female student leaders and finding ways to be a student leader as a female, and doing things like how do we best do elections, how do we get member retention, stuff like that. While this roundtable, we sat down and we created our own mission, saying that the Women's Empowerment Roundtable is a university-wide collaboration with the mission to uplift and empower individual female voices. The roundtable aims to be an open environment for discussion, consolidate and disseminate resources, and provide the means for collaborative events that are accessible to all women at Penn State's campus. I will also be amending in the resolution later, but we did also come up with 2 distinct themes to make it more distinguishable. So the Schreier for Women Roundtable will be moved to the name of the Women's Roundtable for Student Leaders, while this roundtable will be the Women's Empowerment Roundtable because it is more of a university-wide collaboration and it's more of an overarching one. Something also that's notable to point out is that we wanted to make sure that instead of having a chair of the roundtable, we actually moved for the language of a coordinator. Again, with something like women's empowerment, you want to make sure that there's not that hierarchy of leadership or anything like that. So the coordinator more so is just going to be tasked with sending out the emails, putting together the areas for discussion and stuff like that, and holding the meetings. And we just wanted to make sure that everyone had that equal feeling that they could have as much power in the room and as much power behind their voice as possible. So now I'll stand for questions.
All right, are there any questions for Representative Bose? All right, seeing none, we will now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this resolution?
I have a couple of them. Oh, Najee can do it.
Chair Rodriguez.
Najee Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. I'll make this very quick. I just wanted to commend and praise every representative that has worked on this. I think it's absolutely essential that we do everything that we can to make sure that justice and equity completes its charges, and gender equity is one of those. And this gets us one step closer to realizing that. And I just really want to commend all representatives for the really thorough and exhaustive measures that are put in place to ensure that there is complete accuracy when it comes to maintaining this roundtable and organizing this. It took a lot of work, and this is finally coming to the culmination of it all. And I praise all of you, and I can't wait to see what's accomplished and what's realized in terms of the new initiatives that may arise. Thank you.
All right. Actually, Representative Bose, I know you said you had amendments. You can.
Yeah, I just have a couple. So I'd like to amend on line 22 to add the sentence, the representatives of the Schreier for Women Roundtable have recently amended their name to the Women's Roundtable for Student Leaders to further clarify their mission.
Is there a second? You say in the chat. All right, and I will take that as friendly since you are the co-sponsor.
Cool, thank you. And then on line 40, or sorry, I'll go to line 24 first. So to line 24, I'd like to change the number from 34 to 35.
Second, I see seconds and it's friendly.
And then on line 43, I'd like to change it to read, in order to distinguish this roundtable from the Women's Roundtable for Student Leaders.
Second, I see, and it will be friendly.
Cool, thank you.
You're on, Representative Klipstein.
Jacob Klipstein at large. Yeah, I just want to make an amendment to change anywhere in the legislation where it says female to use the term women. I see that it does it in line 48. I don't know if it does it elsewhere. I just think the phrase women is more inclusive of trans women. And that's why I would make that amendment. But besides that, I think this is a great piece of legislation. I'm very excited to see it implemented.
I'll stay 50 seconds. And is that friendly?
Yep.
Okay. Moving forward, is there any other discussion on this resolution? All right. Seeing none, we will now move. I will close the floor for discussion, and we will now move into voting. It is by poll. So again, resolution 1315, creation of a women's empowerment roundtable. By saying yes, you are in support of this resolution. By saying no, you are against it. And by abstaining, you either were not present for discussion or you have a conflict of interest. I will launch the poll. Again, 30 to 45 seconds, please. All right, and with that, I will end the poll. And by including Speaker Zong's vote, because he doesn't have the function on Zoom as a co-host, the results are, the votes are a 30-0-2. So it passes. All right, keep going. We're almost there, people. We will now move into line item J, or no, line item I, which is resolution 1415 ad hoc, the ad hoc committee on organizational structure. I believe this is Speaker Zong.
Yep, this is going to be super quick, I promise. And this entire nature of this piece of legislation is providing an open forum for people who have these suggestions that they kind of want to bring in terms of changes to the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of UPUA. So, you know, we've had a ton of policy changes that come in like every week after week and take so long to do like the roll calls and stuff. And while it's important to have all of that discussion on the floor, I think that a lot of it could be done outside of assembly, but also in a transparent manner where everyone actually, you know, understands where these are coming from and kind of sees them as they come up. And I think that there's so many discussions and like there's so many groups that I'm aware of, but even that I'm not aware of people just with really fantastic ideas that want to better UPUA, better our governing documents and how we operate and clarifying a lot of the things that are already in there. So I worked with a few representatives and with President McKay to kind of think of a way that we can really make sure that everyone's on the same page if they want to be involved in these changes, be able to bring discussion to the changes so that they're not being, you know, seeing these policies changes for the first time on the floor, but also keep in mind that, you know, representatives have so many obligations. And I even apologize for how long this meeting's going, you know, today, because I'm sure a lot of you guys have obligations in the future, you know, even tomorrow for work or for family stuff. So keeping all of this in mind, this ad hoc essentially creates a committee to look at these internal changes and organizational like development changes. It's split into 3 subcommittees. One on the executive branch chaired by the president, one by the chaired by the speaker on the legislative, and the chief justice chairs the judicial one. There are no attendance requirements for anything over the summer for this. You're not required to come to any of the work sessions. You're not required to be in part of any of the discussions, but what this does is allows us to create an official UPUA forum to record all of these changes. So what I'm thinking is we can have a Teams chat, created and a team's, I guess, group split into 3 channels. Any representative who wanted to be a part of this this ongoing discussion through the entire 15th Assembly, I guess, is able to. And you can just join, and essentially what we're going to be doing is constantly updating people through these teams about the changes that people wanted to kind of see come to the floor or changed in the fall. Again, I think this is entirely in the spirit of transparency, making sure that people who want to stay involved are able to stay involved. The 3 of us, I guess, subcommittee chairs will be holding work sessions at our discretion. Again, not completely voluntary with no attendance requirements. People can just drop in if they want to kind of have concerns or discuss different things that are put into these forums. But 100% just a way for people to kind of discuss these things out in the open, so that we have a forum to kind of talk about it before we get back into our fall session. So yeah, that's really quick about what this does. And this would essentially open up after tonight. I can send out an email for anyone who's interested. It's open to all UPUA members, not just representatives, so that we have everyone who's passionate about the different branches kind of working on anything. Nothing's going to be passed, nothing's going to be solidified. This is just to share ideas over the summer. So yeah, that's a bit about this, and we'll have a process to kind of maybe have a committee of a whole when we get back. But that's really contingent on how the, I guess, fall happens. And there's a clause in here that says like changes at a time within the first UPUA fall semester meetings, determined on the availability of representatives, and really contingent on, you know, what really happens in the fall. So yeah, keeping this in mind, I'll stand for questions.
All right, I see that there are hands raised. So Representative Tierney.
Tim Tierney at large. Do you think it may be a little bit problematic that the executive branch is chairing their own subcommittee and then the Chief Justice is chairing their own subcommittee as well?
I think that because we're not having any specific changes come to the floor as finalized changes, and this is an open venue for discussion, and because any representative, any person can sit on any of these subcommittees and they'll essentially be in the same Teams chat, I think that there is not necessarily conflict of interest. I don't think that it's problematic because, again, we're not passing anything. This is just to discuss ideas and for the chairs to kind of put in their input or like their I guess, expertise in their area or I guess their branch. Again, like I don't think that there is a big issue with this just because the Vice President is chairing the ad hoc committee itself. The subcommittees have no legislative ruling.
All right, Chair Jordan.
Sarah Jordan at large. Yeah, a quick clarification. I know you mentioned this when you were explaining it, but so if somebody wants to like just pop into a few sessions, like there's no attendance, right? So it's like you can kind of just come, like if you sign up and then you can't make the meetings, that's okay. You could just kind of, okay.
Yep. Sorry. I'm just a bit excited for this. But yeah, you have no obligations at all. It's just that we want to keep everyone who wants to be in the loop about these changes. And it's really hard to have like 2 or 3 person group chats on iMessage where it's like, hey, I have this idea, let's talk about it, right? And it really, like if someone is, you know, inundated with work and a job and all these obligations like we've kind of discussed in steering, they don't have to make any of the meetings. We'll be sending out, you know, like monthly recaps kind of to say like, here's what like we kind of went over this month. If you have any suggestions or questions, please let us know. We'll work with you on your own time. And if you don't want to be extremely involved, it's completely fine. I know there's some people who, you know, have the privilege of spending more time on UPUA, but we don't want to disadvantage the people who don't and make sure that they're also included in these conversations. I believe that regardless of whether or not we have this committee or this ad hoc, these conversations would happen regardless. I think that's just the nature of being, you know, people having, you know, an excitement for UPUA and wanting UPUA to really improve and be better. So I think that if this is going to happen regardless, rather than people having to be unprepared and have to spend really long meetings in the fall, if people were looped in, if they're interested, whether or not they can actually contribute, I think that this is the final purpose of this legislation.
All right, Chair Mishler.
Allie Mishler at large. So the concern that I have is mostly about the ad hoc shall conclude with a committee of the whole to discuss all changes at a time within the first month of UPUA fall semester meetings. First, because I think it's kind of a double-edged sword. I think that changes are, for our inefficiency should probably come sooner rather than later. But I'm also concerned just with students, like UPUA members, wanting to have input, but also not really having the flexibility or privilege to devote massive amounts of time to this over their summer, and then them not having a say in the early fall, and also keeping in mind our transitioning into our new college experience in the beginning of fall. Reorganizing our organization might be a little bit daunting at that same time. But also I can see all change happening at once. Maybe that's good because we're all forced to adapt and early on. But mostly my concern is just not having enough input if students really can't help over the summer, and then in the first month of UPUA really doesn't give us that much flexibility.
Yeah, I 100% share concern, Adeline, and I would love to, if anyone wants to make any amendments to kind of see a path forward for this, I would love to, encourage that. I think that I just kind of see an issue with really any time we can propose this, right? If you propose this, during the winter before we come back for the next coming semester, there's almost that issue of you coming back from break and it's a completely new semester. How are you going to get used to, again, all of your new classes the same way that you have in the fall, in the addition of having first-year representatives and first-year council who kind of come on a bit later as well, and are just adjusting to Penn State a lot more than us representatives are. I think if we introduce it in the fall, there's, again, I see your concern about not being able to contribute as much, which is why I also had some hesitations about this. But I see that the trade-off is that I guess we are all kind of on the same page on these changes, and we're all looped in as we're moving forward. We have that discussion. But I see if we wanted to do it at the end of next spring, right? The issue I see with that then is that if these changes are involving a lot of, senior members or a lot of even juniors who are going to graduate a year early and such, I think that it would be almost disastrous if the leadership or a lot of people who are graduating are the ones who are active in these changes because of their experience in UPUA, and then to leave and kind of leave the next assembly with a completely new situation. So I think that change has to happen sometime, especially if people see, I guess, clear paths forward. I'm just, personally, I agree with you. I am conflicted in whether or not we want to do it, whether we have change happen in the fall or the spring or, at the end of the entire academic year. I think there are trade-offs for each one, but I do, recommend and welcome a lot of discussion and amendments on this ad hoc.
All right, Representative Bose.
Aaron Bose at large. I just have a point of information, I think, or I don't know which one. Sorry. If we do this type of constitutional or bylaw change, to my understanding, it still wouldn't be enacted until the 16th assembly, to my understanding. Is that right?
I believe it depends on what we're changing. Constitutional changes don't take place until the next assembly, but bylaw changes, I believe, occur immediately. That's why we had that conversation last year about not being able to change bylaws when you're in the meeting, because that changes the meeting itself and how UPUA operates. I think that a lot of the things that we're looking to work on will potentially be bylaw changes, and really, I know there's a lot of discussion and confusion about just the speed that we're moving this year. And I think that I must apologize that I have been, part of that change and not being able to, I guess, enroll everybody into what we've been working on. But I guess making sure that people are prepared for this in the fall, because these bylaw changes that we bring in do come into effect immediately. I do think that we could always, I don't know, I think there are people who want to see change happen. I don't want to prevent them from doing so. I think it's in their full discretion to want to better UPUA. But I also see that I think that this is important in the fact that like if the exchanges are going to happen and people want to bring it to the floor regardless, we're able to really work on it together and kind of be transparent about those changes and see them. And even if you aren't able to contribute immediately to those conversations, right? I think over the course of the entire summer, we still have 2.5 months for people to review these changes. If they're not able to immediately, even if it is 10 minutes a day for the next 2 months or something, they'll still be able to familiarize themselves or contribute in a way that they're able to. So yeah, to answer your questions, I don't think the constitutional changes happen until next assembly, and I think Director Abate can check me on that if I'm wrong, but because bylaw changes happen immediately, and a lot of our policy changes so far have been bylaws, we really want to make sure that those are good to go.
All right, are there any other questions for Speaker Zong? All right, seeing none, I will now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on Resolution 1515? 1415, my apologies. All right. All right. Seeing no discussion, I will leave it open for another 10 seconds just in case. All right, but seeing no discussion, I will close the floor. And with that, I will release the poll. Again, for clarity's sake, it's Resolution 1415, Ad Hoc Committee and Organizational Structure. So if you are in support of this resolution and creating the ad hoc, please say yes. If you are against it, please say no. And if you are not here for discussion or you have a conflict of interest, please please abstain.
Oh, quick point of information before you vote, sorry. Chief Justice Strickland in one of our chats said that the J Board decides when constitutional bylaw changes go into effect. So that's really to the discretion of, I guess, the judicial board. I apologize if that really changed any votes or anything, but I wanted to make that clear before we did go into voting procedure.
All right, I'm gonna relaunch the vote just for the sake of everyone having enough time. Again, I'll give it about 30 seconds, but I also apologize. I have the resolution numbers wrong in the polls, but this is 1415, just for clarification. I'm gonna give it a second. There were people that I think got kicked out of the meeting and just rejoining. So give it about another 20 seconds. With that, I will close the poll, and including Speaker Zong. Actually, before I even, Representative Tolliver, were you able to vote at all? If you want to just message.
Yeah, I just voted before the poll closed. That was good.
All right, I just saw your chat, so I just wanted to make sure. So with Speaker Zong's vote, this vote has passed with the vote of 31-0. All right. As we move forward, and as I clarified earlier in the meeting, there was a silly mistake with numbers. So that motion to add the resolution in the beginning did pass. So with line item J, which is resolution 1515, a word of thanks to PSU administration for COVID-19, I will have Representative Risser introduce this, and then we'll go from there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sorry for the confusion. I'll keep this super quick, as it's not super deep, but it's something that's very important to me, as somebody, as advocacy is very important to me. And with UPUA being an advocacy org, a vital part of the advocacy process is when you ask for something from someone, in this case, administration, say thank you. And I know that thanks and resolutions of thanks are very uncommon in the UPUA. And that's something I'd really like to change with this assembly, because the Penn State's administration, President Barron, Vice President Sims, they really don't owe us, the students, anything. And we only have as much power or advocacy leverage as they choose to give us. And so as far as the COVID-19 response goes, these university administrators, President Barron, Vice President Sims, these 12 task forces that were assembled have gone so far above and beyond the call of duty than what was expected by students. Actions like paying students who qualified for work study the rest of their wages for the remainder of the school year was not necessary, but helped those students in financial need. Prorating housing and food costs, not necessary. Those were not requirements outlined in the housing and food contract that we signed earlier at the beginning of the year, but they gave that back. They gave that back to us to support us, and it was the fair and equitable thing to do. Yeah, really, under the recommended course of action, the action that I'd really like to take on this is to send either a handwritten or a formal thank you letter to all the university administrators, vice presidents, the office of the president, to President Barron, and people at in different university departments who are responsible for making our Penn State community so strong throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. So I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Risser? All right, seeing none, we will now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this piece of legislation? I will just keep in mind, because I know from the discussion of the motion, if you are just entirely against this, you have the right to vote no on the entire resolution. If you want to speak up as to why, that's totally fine. That's within your rights as a rep. Just please refrain from becoming an echo chamber. But with that, I will move to the queue. So Chair Jordan.
Yeah, Sarah Jordan at large. I just want to stand in full support of this resolution. I know a lot of my professors during this remote learning kind of adjusted a lot of their office hours and a lot of their kind of instruction to better our needs as students. I know that wasn't easy for anyone, and especially like professors who are kind of like not tech savvy. It was really hard for them. I just am thinking about all my teachers professors who have helped me through the semester and made sure that I was still kind of not only getting the academic help I needed, but also the mental health. They would always be checking in. I just think this is a great idea, kind of to let administration as well as like those deans and our personal professors know that like they are kind of in our thoughts. I just think this is a great kind of way to say thank you. So I just want to condemn all of you guys who wrote this legislation, and I urge you all to vote yes.
All right, Representative Klipstein.
Jacob Klipstein at large. I feel really uncomfortable voting on this piece of legislation because the coronavirus epidemic is not over. They started their response, and I don't know that they went above and beyond. I think they did exactly what they had to do. I think they did what we pushed them to do. I don't know that we need to tell them thank you for what they did, but it's not over. They haven't announced what our plan is going to be for returning in the fall. They haven't announced. And, they told us that they would make that announcement on Monday, but we don't know the testing strategy. We don't know the strategy for what life on campus is going to be when we return in the fall. And truthfully, we haven't given it an opportunity for when we return in the fall to see if both students and professors get sick. So I don't want to pull the trigger and say, oh, thank you, dear leaders of our university, for doing the things you had to do and doing what was morally right to do. Before this epidemic is over. I also feel like the will of the student body does not want us to thank the administration for anything right now. Over the past 3 weeks, what we've been hearing is demanding the administration to take action on different things. And I know this is specifically for COVID-19, but I would feel really bad if the UPUA assembly, those who are representing the students, passed a resolution to thank Penn State administration when our last 3 weeks of discourse in Penn State has been surrounded around our administration not doing enough on issues like race. And I know President Barron sent that email yesterday, but those are things he says. You know, we haven't acted upon those yet. Maybe when we get back in the fall and COVID-19, you know, we do it great. We have testing for everybody. You know, no one gets sick. You know, we fix some of those things that President Barron sent in that email yesterday. Maybe then we can say thanks. But there's so much work to be done. I don't want to say thanks when we're halfway up the mountain. We haven't even gotten to the top and started going down yet. I feel like this is a very premature thanks of COVID-19 response. And I would feel very uncomfortable as a representative, even being a part of an assembly that signs on to thanking them when I don't know that we have much to thank them for yet.
I will also just keep a reminder, I know we're all at home, but remember that UPUA is a professional space, so please just try to keep your language, your tone as professional as you can while discussing things of legislation and such, but I will keep going. Representative Bose.
Aaron Bose at large. I would like to speak in support of this. I really think that it's even though the work might not be done and it's definitely not done whatsoever, I think just extending a thank you really goes a long way just for the pure time. For example, in homecoming, I helped work with the University Relations Committee to create that video that went out thanking the faculty and administrators. And while that was done really early within the pandemic, I think it's really necessary that we just thank people for their time, just from human to human. As much as we might disagree with some of the other actions, I think it's great that we're speaking up against that and we're creating our own. I know that the Student Leader Roundtable, for example, is putting out their own stuff about some of the other actions of the university. And as much as I also think that we need to speak out against that too, and I'm really excited to see what comes from that. I think we also need to highlight that these people are taking out a lot of their time and a lot of their energy, and while it is their job, they also have families. They're also going through a lot of the similar struggles that we're going through. And we need to start thinking of them not just as administrators and not just as names, but just as people as well. And so I think that this really helps us just extend that gratitude.
All right, Representative Choi.
Yeah, Una Choi at large. So like I said at the beginning of the meeting, I don't think that this is a piece of legislation that we should pass as UPUA. Obviously, there are many ways to thank the administration if you so believe that they did a fantastic job addressing COVID, their kind of first responses when that pandemic hit. I just don't think that it's in our right as UPUA, as a student advocacy group that literally is supposed to be the voice of all students on campus, to accurately say, hey, administration, thank you for all of the work that you did in regards to the COVID pandemic, especially because based on what the responses were from students that I've heard and like how the situation was going down in early March during spring break, like there was so many uncertainties up in the air, and there was a lot of miscommunications between administration and students. And in regards to, first of all, like there was a lot of problems in regards to like moving out, housing, that type of things. I know for a fact that especially international students and exchange students had such a hard time living in their dorms because Penn State specifically asked them to move out when they didn't have any place to go. And I don't think that this is the type of, I really don't believe that if we are sending a message to on behalf of the entire student body, like I don't think that the international students or anyone who was on campus at that time wants to thank them for almost leaving them homeless. In regard to that, there wasn't a lot of testing opportunities done at Penn State because we just didn't have the tools for that. I agree in terms of there were some great things that Penn State did in terms of like prorating housing and tuition and giving back all of those meal plans. Sure, those are good things, but that didn't mean that, like, that's not enough to thank them on behalf of the entire student body. That benefited a certain amount, but not all of them. And we know that it didn't benefit all people. And so by saying that we're thanking them, even though when we know that like some of the policies and some of the things that they didn't help the students on campus, I really don't think that that is an accurate representation of what we should be sending a message to. Also, in terms of just like, there's just a lot of like other, like, what did I say in the beginning? In terms of like us as an organization, we would be putting, like, the entirety of this organization is putting our names for the student body to read, saying, hey, administration, like even I am saying, like, no, like, I don't think that it's a good idea. But to, like, I think that this should be one of those legislations that should be unanimous if we want to give a letter of thanks. But there's still many people in this in the assembly who don't think that this is a good idea to send out. And so if that's the case, like, if it's not gonna be unanimous, you obviously know that this is not representative of like the entire student body, yet alone 40 representatives. So obviously I don't think that this is a good idea to send out. You can personally send out thank you cards, like that is totally up to your own discretion and no one's stopping you from doing that. And I highly recommend, if you want to, I think the administration should be applauded for the things that they've done well, and if you've benefited from that, then go ahead. But I don't think that we should be putting a UPUA title on a piece of legislation that we know for sure isn't beneficial to everyone. So that's just something that I want to put out there.
All right, Representative Richardson, again, if you have any new points to bring, please do so. But if you are starting to hear repeating points, I urge you to just vote on your conscience.
Awesome. Yeah, I kind of want to echo, not echo chamber, but echo some of the points that people have made just prior. You know, I'm super opposed to this, not because I think it's a bad idea. I certainly commend Dan for wanting to thank those who are, you know, going above and beyond what their job's asking of them. But at the same time, that's what everybody's doing right now, right? Like, thousands of Penn State students are currently unemployed and struggling to find work. There are so many problems that we have at Penn State that we could be fixing and solving and focusing our time on, and not having a debate over this in our meetings, that are just worth, I mean, with all respect to this legislation, that are just worth our time, I think, more. I think in addition to that, you know, like, the last thing that we need right now in terms of optics is patting ourselves on the back, especially when you consider, like, I forget who the first representative that talked was, Representative Clipstein mentioned, like, we have a large portion of students who feel marginalized and who feel like they've been ostracized by the university and the administration as a whole at this current moment, right? What would this say about the university and about the UPUA if we're supposed to stand for justice, we're supposed to stand for equity, we're supposed to represent all students, and yet we have this coming up where we're saying, thank you for doing your job, right? That doesn't sit too well with me, especially because every single person that we're thanking is getting paid to do this, and none of us are getting paid to do any of this. We're doing this on our own time for free, right? It's just like, yeah, I get it. They were faced with extraordinary circumstances, but so was all of us, right? And so it just seems to me like we shouldn't, and again, it's not over yet. This sort of sets that sort of like narrative that, like, you know, we beat Corona, no need to wash your hands anymore, people, we're done with it. No, like, we have a lot more to do. You know, we still have a lot, like, next semester might not even happen yet. So let's, like, at least take our time on this, I think. You know, I think there's a time for thank yous and there's a time to continue rallying and advocating, you know, and I think that's the time right now.
All right, I see about 4 more people that want to speak. I will again reiterate, if I hear echoing points, I will be interrupting you to see if there is another point that you are bringing, but I will continue. Representative Round Sorensen.
Hi, Representative Round Sorensen. First, I would like to address something that Representative Risser said. Barron and Sims do owe us a lot as our administration. They get paid to do this job, and they get paid quite a lot. It was a fight to have meal points and prorated housing returns. It was a fight for resident assistants to receive their meal points back. It was a fight to have employees paid for the time that they would have worked anyway. It was a fight for the university to release specific plans for how this past semester needed to look. It's going to be a fight to remain safe in the fall and spring, regardless of what the decision is on Monday. The CARES funding for students in need was not the fruit of any Penn State admin's efforts. Our peers have been fighting, petitioning, tweeting, emailing, and begging for help for our administration, and they have gone largely ignored. Our professors, peers, and general university staff have been the real heroes in this situation. Furthermore, the world has been aware of coronavirus since January. Penn State failed us all miserably in that aspect, in my opinion. We were stranded in our homes after spring break when our administration could have taken action on getting students home safely prior to our departure. There are also 2 disgusting incidents of racism and hate speech that our administration has been exasperated about. They have essentially thrown their hands in the air and claimed that their hands are tied. Members of this assembly may be made privy to inside information, but the general student body is not, so we should side with them. We should keep in mind that this might not be our biggest issue right now, and perhaps this can wait until our administration has done something real to be thanked for. We do not exist as a body to stroke Penn State administration's ego. We are elected to serve in the best interest of students, and it would be a betrayal of their trust to appease the administration right now.
All right, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Joshua Reynolds at large. So I would definitely concede now is probably not the best of times to pass such a statement, especially before we even know exactly what the plan is for the fall. And while there is so much work left to be done, I do have to contend with some of the statements against this resolution, though. The belief that, yes, they are doing their job as administrators, but the additional work and strain that has been placed on all of the faculty, staff, admins is significantly more than was to be expected when they took on this job. And they're not getting bonuses for all this extra time they're putting in. Most of them are actually taking pay cuts in the administration over this in order to help balance out the costs, which are very substantial. They have a lot of pressure from all sides, from people with different beliefs, from different student groups and trustee groups. And quite honestly, I do not envy their position. And I think that we are being a little bit too biting with the criticism and overlooking the fact that nobody really saw this coming. I think I saw some of the first announcements of universities announcing that they would be postponing or canceling just at the start of spring break, maybe slightly before. I do not think I saw any talk of not returning by any institution more than 2 weeks before Penn State declared that we would not be going back. So while I would definitely agree that their enactment of barring us from returning to campus and the process of reacquiring our possessions has been atrocious, I don't think that we can hold them accountable for being no less prophetic than any other institution in this country. And I would also say that even if it is their job to do these things, if they are really putting in the time and effort and at least in some ways doing well, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. I mean, when somebody holds the door open for somebody else, like that's what you should do. You should hold the door open for other people, but you also thank someone when they do that, because that's how you signify that you recognize that even though it's what should be done, not everybody does it, and at least they took the time to do it. And although I definitely have contentions with some of their actions, I think that overall they put forth about as much of an effort as could have been expected given the extreme circumstances. And while I don't necessarily support this legislation at the present time, I do have to caution the UPUA about being so excessively judgmental when we do not have to face all of the difficult legal decisions, financial decisions, and social repercussions of our actions.
All right, Chair Rodriguez, again, please just keep your statements short. If you have a new point to bring, please do so. I encourage debate, but at the same time, it comes to a point where it's just, I'm hearing the same point. So Chair Rodriguez.
Najee Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. I guess I'll speak from like personal experience because that's kind of how I justify co-signing onto this and supporting it. And I completely understand the concerns that have been expressed by many, and they're very valid. However, my reasoning of this stems obviously more personally. When this pandemic occurred, my life was completely destabilized. I don't have a good familial relationship, so I'm staying with my friend. And it's been like that since I got back from when the announcement occurred and everyone went home. I'm sharing this because Penn State has been very remarkable in terms of expanding and propagating the Student Emergency Fund, which I have taken use of, and the expansion of that in terms of attaining more funding for that, I think is very unprecedented in the sense that other universities have not been taking such strong action at a time in terms of reaching out to alumni to donate to this cause to help students that really don't have a support structure or base. Example being me, and I'm honestly still struggling and working. So getting the money to be able to fly back up to Penn State, stay at a hotel, because I don't have anywhere to stay to go there, and then attain my stuff that way, that's what I've been doing. So I don't have a place to stay, and Penn State has been, in a way, supporting me immensely, financially, in more ways than one. But again, I am gonna iterate that I completely understand your concerns, and I understand how you might be repulsed by some of the lack of proactivity in terms of responding to this. But I do want to make the point that even if you disagree, I think it's still important that we maintain a civil relationship with the university administration. And it's very unfortunate, but we need to let them know when they're right. And we also need to let them know when they're wrong. We need to remain civil in some way in order to gain some sort of progress in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. We need to pressure them when we're adamantly opposed to something. And we need to explain and express that this is the right thing to do, you're doing the right thing in terms of supporting these students that don't have these resources like everyone else. Again, I'm trying to remain neutral in the sense of explaining that to everyone, and I understand that this might not be the best way to kind of format this, but it was a show of gratitude in some way for at least trying to respond to this unprecedented crisis, even though there's been many other failures along the way. I think as long as we keep showcasing that, hey, we thank you for attempting to do something, or thank you for expanding the Student Emergency Fund so that I can pay for essential services and rent and everything like that. I appreciate it because I'm taking advantage of that and I'm using that to have a good and healthy life until we get back in the fall. So I'm putting that out there so everyone can consider that. If it doesn't change your mind, that's okay. I'm just trying to bring a different perspective to it for someone that kind of benefited from what the university has done in response to their specific actions. But again, the representatives that have shown opposition to this, you're right too. There hasn't been enough, but we are trying to get something done. And I think we need to remain civil if we want to see progress going in the future. We don't want them to shut down on us. And I think that this is just a show of gratitude, as unfortunate as it might seem, to, hey, keep it up. And if you're not doing enough, we're going to pressure you in return. But thank you. That is all.
All right, Representative Risser.
Yeah, hello. Last time hearing from me tonight. So I'd just like to respond to a couple points that were brought up, because representatives who do have very legitimate qualms with this. And I wouldn't consider this legislation as stroking the administration's ego, or anything of that nature, but rather a point of reflection. We're here awaiting Penn State's decision for next semester, and it's a point to reflect and look back, like what Representative Chair Rodriguez was saying about everything that the university has done that has benefited students. And as far as international students go, Penn State didn't make them homeless, like some of our nation's top institutions like Harvard and Yale, where students were told to vacate the university immediately and that they couldn't come back. They provided housing. Penn State provided, they engaged the entire Penn State community, the entire alumni base, to raise millions of dollars for the Student Emergency Fund. They fairly and equitably distributed the $27.5 million allocation from the CARES Act, which is the second highest allocation of any university. I'm not saying that Penn State has all the answers and that the university administration did everything right, but I think as we are an advocacy org and as the COVID-19 pandemic progresses, there are going to be a lot of mistakes and there are going to be a lot of missteps as we don't know what's coming. And us students, we're going to be asking for a lot, and we're going to have a lot of needs when we go back in the fall. So taking this time to reflect, stop, thank the university for what they've done to benefit students, to say thank you. A handwritten thank you card goes so long and goes so far on behalf of students, because I know so many students were positive were positively impacted or weren't affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, which is just as good. It goes a long way. And I really think not saying thank you when so many faculty, staff, and administrators have really poured their heart out into the Penn State community is very telling.
All right, I'm seeing reps that are just speaking twice. There's only 2 of you, so it's fine. Just say mine. If you're bringing up a new point, please do. Representative Brown Sorensen.
I would just like to respond to what Dan just said about handwritten letters. I think that it would be an exceptional idea for Representative Risser, Tierney, DeLucio, and Rodriguez to write their own handwritten letters. And I encourage anyone else who has things to give to write their own handwritten letters. But I feel like we should not be sending these handwritten letters on behalf of this entire assembly, especially like there has been a little bit of tone policing and calls for civility that are a little out of place because this is a very serious topic and some people are seriously impacted. So the passion is warranted. But I feel like that should have an impact on someone instead of just annoying someone that they're being questioned. So perhaps take that and reflect on it and maybe write your own letter instead of forcing this issue of making an entire assembly sign on to handwritten letters.
Speaker Zong.
Yeah, I have a lot of different thoughts on this piece of legislation. I don't know which way is the right way to go, just because I do hear both sides, right? I do understand that the idea that, you know, these administrators were thrown into a position that they could have never experienced before. But on the other hand, I also, you know, they're taking on this position knowing that unexpected things will happen. And it really should be their, I guess, purview to address those things and address them efficiently. And really with a firm, I guess, grasp on the situation. And if there is an issue where, I guess, the student body isn't completely satisfied, or if there are people who are, I guess, representatives of the student body who aren't completely satisfied, I personally, for example, as speaker, would not know if it was in the purview of UPUA to say, like, the UPUA and the student body, you know, thanks you, with the idea that there are representatives who don't necessarily thank the administration. I think that if I could, you know, suggest even a good way to go about it, if we wanted to thank the legislation and offer an opportunity for the entire assembly to sign on to the statement, but if you didn't want to sign on to the statement, you don't have to. But then all representatives that want to can really be able to, I guess, show their thanks, show that they're grateful. But I don't feel necessarily comfortable if representatives don't feel that the administration have done enough to necessarily allow them to have to sign on to this legislation because of a majority vote. I think that it's within their purview to, I guess, believe what is the most effective way of advocacy and the way that they think is the best way to move forward, whether it's to thank before, after, or during a crisis. I think that really is up to a personal decision. So I don't know if I'd be comfortable with saying, you know, we passed a majority vote, therefore you can put that everyone thanks the administration, if that makes sense.
All right, so I do see a motion to close debate. I also see Chair Mishler's comments as well. I do have to recognize the motion to close debate. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so I do see I do hear a second. So with that, I'm gonna clear the queue as of right now. And if there is disagreement for this motion, meaning if you want discussion on this motion, please raise your hand. That's how I gauge. I can't do a voice vote, so. All right, so there is discussion on the motion to close debate. Representative Tierney, or nope. Yep, you came back. Representative.
Sorry, Tim Tierney at large. I just think that there's some more things to be said. I do understand the sentiments that we may be going in a circle a little bit, but I didn't realize that a thank you letter would be so contentious. So I think that there may still be some things to be said on both sides to support something like this.
All right, Representative Risser, is this on the, I believe, is this on the motion to close debate?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, everyone, hear me out. Before you vote to close debate, I wrote up a quick amendment to Stevens. I'm not going to say it now, but I wrote an amendment that might make this more palatable to certain representatives.
All right, because I do see a disagreement, at least there was a discussion on this, I still do have to release a vote, or at least a voice vote, and that will be by poll. Just made the poll. All right, so motion to close debate. You guys are voting on that right now. So by saying yes, you want to close debate. By saying no, you want to continue discussion on the whole resolution as itself. And by abstaining, you weren't present for discussion or you have a conflict of interest. I'm going to launch that poll. I'm not going to give it long, but please vote. I'm going to give it. All right, I'm going to end the poll, but this has never happened this early on. So the results, with including Speaker Zong's vote, he voted no. So that is a tie. I actually also want a clarification. I believe this is majority. I wanted to ask Director Abate, I apologize for always referencing you, but just for closing debate purposes, is it 2/3 or majority?
I believe it's simple majority. Give me 1 second here. Gonna find my rule book. That's 2/3.
Okay. So this did not reach 2/3 of a vote for yes to motion to close debate. So that means discussion would go on. So I'm going to stop sharing. All right, we will continue on with debate. Is there any other, if anyone could lend time to Representative Risser, I think this is his 3rd time, but I just want to be positive.
Lend time.
All right, you have time, Representative Risser.
Okay, so I put an amendment in the chat. It reads the 3rd paragraph. I changed the 1st sentence, which essentially gives each and every representative or member of the executive board, any member of UPUA, the option to sign their name onto this letter outlined in the legislation. So gives a voice and choice. Thank you.
All right, is there a second for this amendment? And because a co-sponsor was the one introducing it, it will be in the entire, this amendment will be in the entire resolution. And now we will be discussing the entire resolution. You can talk about this amendment in that if you'd like to, but Representative Klipstein.
I appreciate the sentiments. First of all, I appreciate the sentiments of this entire piece of legislation. I just happen to disagree with it. And I appreciate the sentiments of this resolution, of this amendment. But then to me, it's why pass the resolution in the first place? Because really, any representative who wants to sign on to a thank you letter can, with or without this piece of legislation. I just feel weird passing this resolution. I feel even weirder with it in there because it's like, I don't know why you have to pass a piece of resolution to write a letter that you and a group of other members of the assembly could have gotten together and send. So I'm still no. It just doesn't sit right with me.
All right, Representative Choi.
Sorry, no. You can move on.
Okay. Representative Reynolds.
Joshua Reynolds at large, did not intend to come across as oppositional to those who do feel very passionately about this. I can completely appreciate that. I was simply voicing concern about borderline unprofessional hostility, but I fully appreciate the personal investment in this. I would propose striking the on behalf of the University Park student body, or wherever it says that, undergraduate student body, because even if we as a majority of this assembly do support this, I would still feel uncomfortable speaking on behalf of the student body, many of whom did not have access to their possessions for several months, and some of whom still do not have access to their possessions. And so I would feel much more comfortable about this legislation if I were not speaking on behalf of the whole student body.
So I just want to clarify that was an official motion to strike that line from the resolution, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I do see a second to that as well. Is there, just for the sake of, I can't do this very well right now, but I cleared the raised hands. We're now, Representative Choi. Yeah, Representative Choi, that was taken as friendly since he was a co-sponsor. And if you want to address that piece of amendment, you do it as the resolution as a whole. But moving on to Representative Reynolds' amendment to strike that line, I'm assuming the hands being raised right now, we are gonna go into discussion simply because he is not a co-sponsor and he is taking in, what's the word? And he's like bringing this up. So I will now move into discussion on this amendment. If your hand is raised, I'm assuming it's for this amendment. So Representative McIntyre.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say, I feel like if you don't feel comfortable speaking on behalf of like this like undergraduate student body, like UPUA kind of is like representatives of the undergraduate student body. So if you don't feel comfortable like speaking on behalf of those people with this legislation, like maybe it shouldn't be passed. It's just a point I'd like to make.
Representative Loscalzo, this is discussion on the amendment.
Yes. Representative Loscalzo, Lion Pride. I was just going to say, like, quite literally, the UPUA, the legislation we all make is on behalf of the student body, all student governments, all these organizations. We act on behalf of, for us in particular, the University Park Undergraduate Student Body. That's quite literally what a resolution is. It's us expressing an opinion for the student body. And cutting out this line it's kind of pointless, I will say, because us saying that this opinion is the same thing as the University Park Undergraduate Student Body saying the opinion, as we are the ones who are advocating for them, we are the ones who say this for them. And ultimately, if you feel uncomfortable including this in the resolution, then I personally believe you should vote no on the whole resolution then.
Representative Tierney.
Tierney at large. Yeah, just to echo the past two sentiments, I think that if you don't want that that clause in here, then you should just vote no on the entire resolution. It just entirely defeats the purpose of the piece of legislation if we're saying that we're not speaking on behalf of the entire University Park undergraduate student body. Putting aside what you think on the piece of legislation itself, without this clause, this piece of legislation means nothing, and that's why I'm going to oppose the amendment.
All right. Representative Meter, just clarifying this is on the amendment.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to say that Lakin Meter, College of Communications. I just wanted to say that as a college rep, I don't feel comfortable not signing on to something while other college reps do sign on to something. I feel like that gives the appearance that certain colleges want to thank the university while others don't, when it's just the individual representative and their opinions. So I think that if you don't support this amendment, I think you should not vote on this entire legislation.
All right, because this is an amendment that's been proposed and it wasn't taken as friendly, I will be having a poll for this amendment. So motion to strike on behalf of the UPUA undergrad body by saying yes, you want it stricken, by saying no, you want to keep it as it is, and by abstaining, you are, sorry, by abstaining, you are either not here for discussion or you have a conflict of interest. I'm going to launch that poll. Please vote as it comes up. This is the equivalent of me doing a voice vote. I'm going to give it about another 15 seconds. Please get your votes in if you haven't already. All right. I'm going to close it. And the amendment fails. Speaker Zong voted yes, just to keep that in there as well, for numbers wise, but this was just like the equivalent of a voice vote. We will now go back into discussion on the entire resolution of itself. On behalf of the UP undergrad stays in based on that, but Representative Tierney.
I'm Tierney at large. A lot of the things I want to say have already been said, and a lot of things that I also want to say just kind of can't be put into words because of just how thank you letters are thank you letters, and I'll just leave that point at that. But what I wanted to point out is that some representatives have been saying that if it's not unanimous, then how can we really pass it? Well, then I want to say that maybe every piece of legislation that we've passed tonight that hasn't been unanimous, should we just not advocate for it? Should we just not advocate for Native American students receiving financial aid? Should we not establish the ad hoc? Things of that nature. We're not going to just be operating under the assumption that everything the UPUA does has to be a unanimous vote. Of course, I want you to vote how you want to vote, but we shouldn't need to be withheld to a precedent that every public statement we want to make has to be a unanimous vote. I think that's ridiculous for a student government or for just any government in general. That's pretty much all I want to say. I could say a lot more, but you know, it's a thank you letter, people. Come on.
Again, I will reiterate, this goes for everybody. I know I hear the passion in all of your voices. Just remember, this is a professional space, professional body, just as a reminder's sake. But Representative Ron Sorensen, you will be the last one I call on, and then I will be closing debate on this.
So I just wanted to respond to what Representative Tierney just said. It is a thank you letter, so I understand maybe the confusion that he has with the passion behind it and the come on people comment. But I would also like to say that this is a lot more than just a piece of legislation. This is something very personal to a lot of us. As Representative Choi mentioned earlier, like there were students who were almost homeless, and while they may not have gone homeless, I don't know, like that struggle still existed. And I don't think that we should expect people to sign on to something so personal, just like for heirs to stroke the administration's ego.
Before I end discussion, just know that like the things that I bring up aren't just like light suggestions. When I ask for professional like language, I do hope you as reps do that. I don't like personal attacks. That's not the place where this is supposed to be. So please, again, for the sake of future assemblies, this assembly right now, please keep your language professional and away from personal attacks. Chair Mishler, I see that you have an amendment.
Yes, I'm going to send it in the chat.
And Chair Rodriguez, I see your point of information. I don't see any more raised hands, or else I would have closed debate, but I'm seeing more things in the chat and I just want to be cognizant of that. So Chair Rodriguez, your point of information?
Yeah, this is just like, this isn't hostile at all. I'm just genuinely curious because I was in like Gov Affairs for maybe a week. Can someone answer if like letters were sent on behalf of Gov Affairs? Because I think so. Like, I think that there's precedent to it, but like, I didn't stay in that committee, so I'm not sure, and I can't recall specific legislation. Is there anyone that can answer that?
Sorry, Najee, could you just repeat your question?
Yeah, in terms of like, is there like precedent behind, I think that there is, but like, I just wanted to double check, like via Gov Affairs, when letters are sent out to like government officials in regards to advocacy about something, is there precedent behind that?
So I will first recognize, well, if anyone would like to lend time to Secretary Lazinski, he was the first one I saw to say anything here. So, okay, Representative Robertson lends him time. So Secretary Lazinski.
I don't have much. We sent holiday cards to representatives last year. President McKay, who was then chair of governmental affairs, took his own time out of his winter break and sent holiday cards. Don't get why. I hear everyone's voice. I'm sitting here typing the minutes, but it's a card. I'm not going to get into the politics of this, but I just to answer the question, we've sent cards on behalf of Gov. We've sent cards on behalf of UPUA. It's been done.
I'm trying to go back. The hand I saw was down. If anyone, before I go into, actually, I'm just going to continue because I believe that answer the question, unless someone wants to lend time to President McKay as he was the Gov chair.
I lent him time.
All right, President McKay.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I did serve as Gov chair last year, and we did send quite a few letters on behalf of the committee. As chairs, the chairs in this assembly have as much ability to speak on behalf of their committees, especially when reaching out to elected officials. And the president has the ability to speak on behalf of the undergraduate student body. My understanding is many of you have concerns, sorry, it's a little thundery here. Many of you have concerns about signing on to a letter that would ultimately come on behalf of the student body. If you don't necessarily feel like you want to sign on, or that you have constituents who you would not feel like you are serving appropriately in signing on, which I totally understand and would have had the exact same concerns, especially if you're an at-large rep and your constituency is everyone. That's a very difficult position to be in. I will say that in the past, and this kind of gets into some questionable territory, we have charged the president with sending letters. Essentially, the way I believe the resolutions were written was essentially the chair of Gov Affairs will send a letter with the undergraduate student body president to elected officials doing this or that. I believe for Sammy's Law, it was advocating for that bill, scooters, very similarly. But I will be happy to send a letter on behalf of the student body myself if worse comes to worse here and nobody feels comfortable ultimately passing this legislation. I see the concerns, but I just wanted to offer that as well.
And going back to Chair Mishler's amendment. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just seeing the chat as of now. So the amendment, as I'll read, is we commend all Penn Staters on their resiliency and commitment to each other. The UPUA will continue to work with and advocate to the Penn State admin to ensure the students' concerns are heard, met, and exceeded in these unprecedented times and the ones that lie ahead. We urge administrators and student leaders to consider all disproportionate effects and strategically address them. She motions to add that. With that being said, I see a co-sponsor, Representative Risser, accepting it as friendly. Now part as because it is accepted as friendly, it is a part of the entire resolution. We're back into discussion on the entire resolutions, even with that amendment added, because it was friendly. So if you have a problem with that amendment at all and want discussion on that, you can bring it up as a discussion of the whole, if that makes sense. With that being said, and I will also have Chair Mishler explain her amendment if she'd like, but Chair Mishler.
The reason I wanted to add this in is, and I definitely see and hear concerns, and I also see concerns about this piece failing with our relationship with admin. Obviously, we want to push them to serve us as that is their responsibility and duty. Basically, just want to strengthen this piece should it pass. Make a little bit more, make this a little bit more tangible. It gets more to the notion of what we're trying to do. The Penn State community did come together, and I think we need to focus on positives at some point. You catch more bees with honey. But of course, we're going to continue to fight and push admin. I know that the 15th is committed to that. Basically just making this more tangible, a little bit more stronger, calling on some more asks to urge admin to continue to address. And I know this doesn't address all the issues, and it's basically the same as one of the last amendments. It doesn't add that much comfortability, but I think it strengthens it a little bit and should be a part.
All right. Speaker Zong.
Yeah, this is going to be the last time you hear from me as well, partially because this is my second time speaking. But I definitely agree with Chair Mishler on this amendment, and I think that it does address a lot of the concerns that we've had before. I think that there, in no perfect world will everyone be 100% satisfied with a legislation like this. I think that no matter what we do, there's always going to be someone who believes that the administration can do better. And I personally also believe that the administration can do better. However, I think this goes to the discussion of, when we talk about when things are over, we kind of want to send the thank you letter if we believe that administration are doing enough. But at the same time, I think it's also incredibly valid to kind of send a thank you letter in the midway point to kind of push and say, do better. I think that really changes the feel of this piece of legislation almost, where if people aren't comfortable with saying, just thank you wholeheartedly, but also have a lot of these concerns that need to be addressed about, returning to fall, making sure that students actually have the resources they need in the fall. I think it's incredibly important to say, thank you for your efforts as a lead into saying, we want you to do better, we want you to do more. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much you agree or disagree with administration, I believe they're human. I believe that they do appreciate and deserve thanks. And you can agree or disagree with me on that, I guess, point in itself. But I think that if we want administration to do better, I think that we are in that point where we can kind of reflect on the coronavirus as the first wave is kind of settling down, the second wave is almost starting again, unfortunately, and saying, let's rally again and see where we can go forward to really make sure that we are prepared for the second wave that's going to hit, because there are forecasts about it being worse than the first one, and making sure that we are ready to address that is really important.
All right, I do see one more representative. Because there was an amendment added, I will allow it, but from here, I will be then closing the floor for discussion, unless there's something new to be added or proposed. But Representative Choi.
Una Choi, at large. So I would just like to comment about this amendment. I think that by adding that clause, it basically undermines the issues that we've seen with the responses to the COVID situation. And like I've been saying this for the past discussion, I do believe that administration needs to have people saying thank you. And I highly encourage every representative to go and actually send write a handwritten letter and send them those thanks, because you're right, people need to have some thanks to you'll get more motivated and you'll do better work, and it's good to have some positive reinforcement. But I think by adding this clause, it basically undermines the fact that we're essentially saying, yeah, we had these problems, but like you got like some representatives are putting is like, yeah, thank you, but we could do better. But also, if you read it, I kind of see it as, yeah, we had these problems, but thank you anyway. I really don't think that like this is a clause that we should be putting on, especially on a piece of legislation that's going to be sent on behalf of the UPUA. I just really don't feel comfortable about putting this clause in. I don't think that this adds anything to the thanks. If you're going to write a thank you note, I would just write a thank you note. If you have reservations with this, I would I would ask you and encourage you to write a written letter, a handwritten letter on behalf of your own personal experiences on why Penn State could be improved, like what they could do to improve that situation. I don't think that having both of this is a compromise, because I don't think that it's strong. Like, I just think that the clause is unnecessary. And if you want to write a letter, like, write a letter. That's just what I want to say. And like, don't put the UPUA title on it.
All right, so I see no other representatives with raised hands, and there was a motion to end discussion. I'm going to end discussion anyway. So the floor is closed. With that, I will now go to the poll with this resolution. So by saying yes, you are in support of this resolution. By saying no, you are against it. By abstaining, you were not present for discussion or you have a conflict of interest. I will, again, 30 to 45 seconds. Please vote and please be present. All right, I'm going to end the poll. And including Speaker Zong's vote, this resolution fails with the vote of 14-18 to 0. All right, we will continue. I believe Speaker Zong just chatted me. I'm going to recognize you, Speaker Zong.
Yep, this is almost the end of this unbelievably long meeting for some reason. Because there's a potential that we're not meeting anymore for summer assembly. And really we have yet to really discuss how to move forward. And I'll be in contact with everyone when we do. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the budget just on the case that we don't have, potentially if we have bills coming in and we can't pass them, depending on how assembly goes.
All right, so because that is a motion, I'm taking general consensus with this. If you have a disagreement or want discussion on this, please raise your hand. Chair Jordan?
Yeah, Sarah Jordan at large. Speaker Zhang, can you just clarify to, like, I guess the room that it wouldn't be suspended until we kind of pass that bill through with the meal vouchers?
Yeah, so because that bill has already passed, I would say that because I'm sure that, I think this is how it works, and Director Abate can double check me on this, but I believe because that bill was passed before the budget was suspended, we still have to act on it. The budget suspension works for everything after the suspension, and for transparency, I'm going to move to unsuspended when fall semester starts and we do potentially have general assembly meetings again.
Thank you.
All right, with that, again, I'm taking general consensus. So if there's disagreement with this or you want discussion on the motion, please raise your hand. If not, I'm taking general consensus as this motion passes and the budget will be suspended. Oh my God. All right, so seeing none, I'm going to take general consensus that the Assembly agrees to suspend the budget. So the budget will be suspended. And with that, and with reports being stricken from the agenda, if you want to find reports, speakers on, email them out, including executive reports in the 2/3 email earlier today if you want to see what our reports would have been. But moving on, we are going into comments for the good of the order. With that, are there any comments for the good of the order? Representative Bose?
Hi everyone, Erin Bose at large. Again, thanks for sticking around. I promise I'll try and make this as brief as possible. For anyone who knows me, I like to get my thoughts out written down so that I can say everything. So I will be kind of sort of reading. So I really think so far that the 15th Assembly has done a lot of great things that need to be pointed out. We've been resilient and adapted to the ever-changing climate. We've passed countless roundtables to engage more voices and bring light to important topics. We've released statements on relevant and highly important matters and movements. We have funded our first bill that will be directed towards student poverty. We put more work in during the summer than I've ever seen or heard any other assembly doing. We've made great strides in financial transparency and organizing our records. I've never seen new representatives so engaged and with such charisma to hit the ground running. I was reminded today of one of the most valuable experiences I've had as a representative, and I want to share it with you all. Last year, while speaking with a fellow student during an initiative, they had said, "The greatest room that you can step into is the room for improvement." I believe that this is a philosophy that we should take not only as individuals and representatives, but as an organization. While we have made great strides and will continue to do so, I think that there is great room for improvement. I've witnessed a great lack in communication between the branches, between leadership, between representatives, with other organizations, and with other university entities. Honestly, altogether, a lot of miscommunication. I and other representatives have expressed the feeling that we no longer know what our role is. There have been many examples in the time of the 15th Assembly so far of miscommunication, which has ultimately led to many inefficiencies and also the discounting of the work and dedication that these members have shown. Initiatives should not have to be begged or bartered for. The three branches are purposefully there to help us collaboratively achieve initiatives that we gain from talking with our constituents and engaging in our communities. It's hard to work together in such a collaborative and efficient manner when we don't talk and work together. There have also been many instances, such as tonight, where legislation has been brought to the floor or even meaningful steps have been made, and it is not until it is brought to the floor that there are questions or discussion. Out of respect for the time, passion, dedication, and research that we give all as representatives and members, I would please urge you to have these discussions beforehand. The comments that are made in discussion and questioning are so valuable and valid, and they should be brought up. However, they would be so much more valuable if we have these discussions beforehand and are able to take time out of these Wednesday nights to have these transformative discussions, rather than having them in our subgroups and not directed towards the people who have worked on it. By no means are the need for these improvements at the fault of one person. It's also not the fault of one committee or even one branch. It's our job as members of an organization to hold ourselves and each other and the organization accountable. We are brought into this organization and this university to do what we can do so that we can do our best to better student lives. Too often we forget that bettering student lives includes the students that are in this room right now. I think that through civil and respectful discussion and disagreement, we can make progress on this campus, but we need to be able to work together and communicate efficiently and effectively. Let's continue to make the great strides that we've made while also upholding our responsibility for accountability. I am so proud of where we are, and I can't wait to see where we're going. The 15th really is going to do fantastic things for this university. Finally, it's this summer. We all work so unbelievably hard for others. Take some time for yourselves, spend time with your family, and let's continue to get to know each other as fellow students. As always, please reach out at any time for anything and any time. Have a great summer.
All right, moving on down the queue. Representative Richardson.
Hi, everybody. I really appreciate the fact that everyone's here at 12:16 on a Wednesday night. I'm sure a lot of people have work tomorrow, and, it's just great to see y'all here. For the sake of this, I'd really like to just talk as Lewis Richardson, not Lewis Richardson SHC, just myself, and sort of give my 2 cents, on how I think things have gone so far. Today, I think most people will notice, like, I'm usually the guy that wants to get the hell out of the assembly meeting as soon as possible. And today I was really adamant about pushing to have more discussion on, 01-15, which I think was really pertinent and relevant. I think we should have still had the discussion, though can't complain about what's done. Despite that, I really was disappointed with a lot of the behavior, a lot of representatives here, especially with their comments concerning questions, with their comments concerning, the way that we conducted ourselves as representatives, and I hate to be like that guy that goes right after and, sort of echoes what someone just said and puts it down. But, I have to disagree completely with the point that Representative Bose respectfully disagree completely with the point that she just made. I think initiatives absolutely should have to be begged and bartered for. They absolutely do. That is what democracy is. Democracy is about, right, asking questions. It's about making sure that you're accountable to the people that you represent. It's about making sure that the money that we're taking out of students' pockets, like personally, right, there was a comment made during that discussion where someone said, it's a sign of privilege that we don't know what $20 is worth to a person. And I made the point prior to that, I'm a person who would be receiving, the exact aid package that we're supposed to be getting. And yet I say it's not going to do too much. $20 isn't going to do too much no matter how you spin it, right? It's not that much money, right? And I was told that I'm speaking from a position of privilege, despite the fact that I'm someone who's eligible more than likely to receive this money. That seems to me like it doesn't make much sense, and aside from that, I just was so upset about the whole questioning point because, like, it was mentioned at one point, like, you should have been at steering, basically, if you wanted to ask these questions. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't at steering because I was at a nursing home working to try and pay for my next academic year, right? And yet I get told that I'm privileged for saying that $20 isn't worth that much to people. We should better allocate money. I just, it was quite disgruntling, and I hope moving forward that we can be more democratic, that we can be better, that we can really consider the fact that some of these initiatives really aren't helping students, no matter how we spin them. And I hope that we can take that into account moving forward.
Just as a note to everybody, if I cut you off, just know there's a 2-minute limit for comments of the good of the order, but I will continue down. Representative Tolliver.
Yeah, hi everyone. I have a racial justice roundtable coming up June 18th and June 19th. It's a 2-day event. It allows people from the community to come out and voice their opinions. We'll be hitting on topics of national and local issues, especially with the Mr. Osagi death that happened in State College last year. We're going to get students' thoughts on that. University Police will be there. They can give their thoughts on it. And we'll also talk a lot about President Barron's recent email and whether or not students are happy with those action steps. So we'll delve deeper into that. So if you're interested in attending the roundtable, I posted the roundtable link earlier, but I'll repost it again so everyone has access to it. Thank you.
And just as another note, I've said this twice in this meeting already, and I have to say I'm very tired of saying it. Please don't address reps directly. This is a professional environment. Please keep it professional with your tone, your language, whatever. But please, again, do not make personal attacks to representatives. I will keep calling it out. I don't say things as suggestions. I say them as the chair to enforce them. Continuing down the line, Chair Jordan.
Yes, Sarah Jordan at large. I just want to say thank you to everyone who voted yes tonight for the bill. I think that you all and everybody in this organization should know how much you're going to touch people's lives who have food insecurities on campus and who may face those challenges all the time or coming back to campus. I want to reiterate the fact that this was not brought by 2/3 for a reason. It was brought through committee. It was brought through steering, and then Speaker Zhang sent the email on Monday night. So if you had any concerns or any kind of questions, comments, or anything, my email, my phone number, my Teams, my anything kind of to contact me is available for you to do that. And I encourage any rep who has those concerns to contact the chair or the person who is kind of co-signing it or has that kind of that name on the bottom of legislation. It's there for a reason. Read it, look at the legislation beforehand, and understand that people put in hard work for that. I just want you guys to know that we are, and I want to kind of reiterate the fact that this is a student advocacy program, and we are trying to help every student, every undergraduate student that we can. If sometimes you need to think about that a lot, then maybe, I don't know, I just think you got to put that in the front of your head at every single initiative you do. It's really important that you are doing that, and you're not, no one here should be kind of putting someone else down for so much hard work that they put into. I just really, really am kind of upset at the fact that reps need to kind of, anyone, reach out if you have questions, ask questions. Don't come at someone for them. I just don't know. I just think we need to really realize that you need to ask questions and comments and concerns beforehand, because legislation is put out on Monday night for a reason. So let's use that reason and put it to our good own sake here. But that's all I have to say.
All right. As a note, again, if I cut you off, I'm not trying to be rude. Just know that there is a limit. Representative Tierney.
Tim Tierney at large. I want to say a lot, but I'm not really going to say a whole lot. I just like to thank Onward State and Daily Collegian for being here, because at the end of the day, they, along with the undergraduate student body, are going to be the ones that are holding us accountable for all this. And I am begging you, please hold us accountable for everything that we do, especially tonight. I'd love to see a scathing article about the UPUA for everything that happened today, and justifiably so. Meetings shouldn't be going this long, and I think we're all to blame for that. But holding us accountable through student journalism is a great way to get our butts moving.
Representative McIntyre.
Maddie McIntyre at large. This is gonna be really quick. I just wanted to say that you guys are all so awesome, and I know this got a little bit heated tonight, and emotions got involved, whatever. But I really do learn so much from all of your work ethics, and I cannot wait to see what the 15th does. Let your emotions in the Zoom or in the assembly room, whatever you want to say. But you guys are all great, and have an amazing summer. That's it.
All right. Seeing no other comments for the good of the order, I'm saying that slowly for the sake of if there is anyone else. All right. With that, I officially oh my gosh, I literally can't talk anymore. I officially end this meeting at 12:23 a.m. Have a good night, everybody.
Everyone can just stay on for 30 seconds so I could just screenshot the participants. We appreciate it.
And while you're hanging in there, if everybody could please at some point, tonight or tomorrow, go reshare the open applications posts that are on all of our social medias, I would appreciate that.
Thanks, Lexi, for chairing the meeting. This is so stressful. I can barely even turn on my freaking video, let alone lead the whole meeting and talk. So
I hope you guys realize that I'm not making faces because the discussion, it's more myself that I'm like, oh my God,
That's just her face.
That's my face, literally. All right. For those of you that want to head off, you are totally in your right to do so, Secretary, correct?
Yep, they're good. That's finished.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Lexi. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Lexi.
Hey, Tyler, real quick.
Yeah.
You had some reps leave.
Okay. I have a good idea of who was here just based off typing the minutes for the last few hours. So I'll talk to Speaker Zhang, but I'm pretty sure we'll be pretty loose on attendance policy for tonight since it is past midnight during a summer meeting.
Sounds good.
Steven, you're good with that?
Yep, perfectly fine.
So guys, there is no press left in the room. If steering would please join us in our steering chat for a quick recap, that would be awesome.
All right, for everyone else, I will be ending the entire meeting. Unfortunately, I am the host. I have that power. But have a good night, everybody.